Can't really tell there's nothing up on the screen really.
No, yeah, I think we're good.
So that's it?
Once again, before we get started, if you wish to speak to any item tonight or a public comment, fill out one of the speaker forms in the back corner by the door and turn them in either to myself or Tracy Jensen on my far right. If you don't have a form turned in, you won't be called on to speak. Testing. Testing.
Testing, testing. How would I do that exactly? Where's the switch? Oh, it's hidden.
Testing, testing.
Okay, we're going to call to order this meeting of the Winter City Council on Tuesday, June 2nd at 6:30 p.m. Tracy, can we get roll call, please?
Councilmember Anderson,
I believe he's on Zoom, correct, John?
okay, Councilmember Warren,
Here.
Councilmember New,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Biazzi.
Here.
Mayor Condon.
Here. Okay, next we're gonna have the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Falkenhorn, would you be so kind as to lead us in the pledge?
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, welcome everybody. Before we move on, I want to point out a few things about tonight's meeting. This is our first in-person meeting since the governor's shelter in place order, and I'm pretty sure it's not going to be perfect, but we're going to do our best. So please adhere to social distancing rules as best you can, and as per the governor's order, we are also doing tonight's meeting on Zoom and the city's YouTube channel for those that do not feel comfortable coming to an in-person meeting. Those listening on Zoom should use the raise your hand icon if you want to speak on an item. But don't raise your hand until I call on public comment for that item. And please turn off your cell phones. They cause a lot of back bleeding into the Zoom, so it messes with the Zoom system. For those of you that are here tonight, if you wish to speak on any item on tonight's agenda, you must fill out a speaker's form and turn it into Tracy on my far right. Okay. And if you don't turn in a form, you're not going to be allowed to speak. We got way too many people. And we will be using a 3-minute timer on all public comments. And part of using the Zoom and the remote meetings, part of the governor's order, we'll also do all our votes via roll call due to the remote meeting situation. Even though we aren't in the council chambers, this is still a council meeting where we conduct the people's business. And we have a lot to cover tonight. So I'm asking that we all remain respectful and civil. Those of you with signs, please keep them down so as not to block the view or disrupt others while they are speaking. You may respectfully show them between speakers if you wish. And even though I'm sure you would all love to cheer and clap for everything I say, in the interest of time and getting out of here before the fire department has to cook us breakfast, please refrain from cheering and booing or talking over someone else. Thank you. Okay, the council did have a closed session meeting last Tuesday, the 26th. And I'm now going to have the city attorney give us his report on the closed session. Ethan?
Thank you, Mayor. The city council did hold a closed session on Tuesday, May 26th, to conduct a conference with labor negotiators related to the city's bargaining groups. And there was no reportable action from that.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, approval of the agenda, John?
The agenda.
Oh. Okay, Councilmember New, move approval of the agenda. Councilmember Lauren, second. Roll call vote, Tracy.
Councilmember Anderson? Councilmember Lauren? Councilmember?
Yes.
Councilmember New?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bianchi?
Yes.
Mayor Cameron?
Here. Okay, council comments. Councilmember Lauren.
So I first wanted to give a shout out to maintenance, for doing such a great job on Valley Oak Street. It's never looked better, and I really appreciate it. On May 21st, I attended a staff meeting via Zoom, followed by a Zoom on opening the downtown. On May 26th, I attended a special executive session. That's the one with nothing to report out. On May 27th, I attended a webinar sponsored by the Institute for Local Government Commission on a new public poll on local taxes, rate increases, and more. It was just basically about informing policy decisions. On May 29th, I attended a social distance meeting on permitting outdoor dining site review. It was really impressive to hear the businesses advocating for themselves, and especially to hear them advocating for others, and especially how they came together to create a plan. I'd like to also mention that City Manager John Donlevy was very flexible and supportive of all the nuanced opinions, and that plan has started its first iteration. It might actually be on to its second. Over the weekend, I answered many emails from constituents and prepared for tonight's meeting. In other duties, I'm a board member for Yolo County Transportation District, and I'd kind of like to report out on that. We were right in the middle of finishing our budget negotiation right before COVID-19 and shelter-in-place orders. So I would like to report that as of May 31st, due to the large crowds in Sacramento and some of the acts of violence and congestion, our largest transit operators, Yolo Bus and Sacramento RT, suspended bus and light rail service in the area. This was done out of an abundance of caution for the safety of passengers, drivers, and the rest of the public in Sacramento and our equipment. We have a lot of new buses, a lot of expensive equipment. Yolo County Transportation is working on a ridership recovery model. Some routes are being reinstated, some are in the process of being reinstated, such as Cache Creek. I informed Yellow Bus of our Euro Forward dining area on Main Street, and they will avoid pulling buses to that area in the foreseeable future. Actually, they are still doing micro transit in winter, so if you need a ride from the bus, call, or you go on their website, or you just make a call and they come to you. Yolo Bus continues with food service deliveries from Yolo Food Bank and is also distributing hot food in Yolo County through the Great Plates Food Delivery Program. Winters is still on the micro transit, I mentioned that. So as your Winters rep for the Yolo Community Foundation COVID-19 Nonprofit Relief Initiative, I'm happy to announce $200,000 will be awarded to the first slate of guarantees. They've been notified. Among this list are groups that touch our lives here in Winters. The grantees are Empower Yolo, Fourth and Hope, Meals on Wheels, Mutual Housing of California, Cuda Creek Council, RISE, Winters Farm to School, Yolo Basin Foundation, Yolo Community Care Continuum, Yolo County Children's Alliance, and Yolo Food Bank. There's nonprofit sustainability grants, and there's frontline response grants. The second slate has been voted on, the third slate hasn't been finalized. If you have a nonprofit that you're part of, that you think, might qualify for some money, please apply to the COVID Relief Fund. Finally, I met with City Manager John Levy on Monday via Zoom for today's meeting, and I just have one other announcement. See what you guys missed by not going to regular meetings? I always have a lot to say. The Assembly Member Cecilia Aguilar Curry's office is asking for local senior photos for their graduation and graduate tribute. There's an email address, it's ad04teamdavis@gmail.com. And you have to have the pictures in by Friday. It's a great celebration of our graduates. I think that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Anderson. John, do you have anything to report?
Can we give somebody else?
Okay, we'll move on to Councilmember Neer.
On Thursday, May 19th, I attended the State College Board meeting discussing funding as usual and what the state's going to do. Spent so much money and how much is going to be left for all the projects we have. That was May 19th also. On May 19th, we were scheduled to have the county city 2x2, but canceled. May 26th, with the closed session meeting, May 26th evening, with planning commission, zoomed into Thursday, May 28th. Valley Vision had a very good presentation on prosperity strategy. Okay, sorry. On May 28th, Valley Vision had a Zoom meeting about prosperity strategy, inclusive economic recovery and growth, and it was worth attending. And right after that, I went to downtown, meeting about permitting growth and dining in downtown. Monday, June 1st, I had a meeting with John Dunleavy and Councilwoman Lauren about the agenda. Also on June 1st, I spent about an hour with Shelley talking about the budget. And that was it.
Okay, thank you. Are we ready with Councilmember Anderson?
Go ahead, Harold.
The agenda, we just scrambled. You hear me now? Okay, I can assume the council comments, whatever it is. I have no special report.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Biazzi.
On May 21st, I attended the business roundtable via Zoom to discuss with the business owners and people downtown about opening up Main Street to get our businesses going. Also on the 21st, I participated in the city staff meeting. On May 26th, I attended the special meeting of the city council closed session for labor negotiation. Also on the 26th, I attended the planning commission meeting. Vigorous discussion there on the Walnut 10 subdivision proposal. On May 25th, I also met with the mayor and the city manager. On June 2nd, I met with the city manager today for the agenda review. And on May 26th and June 2nd, along with my wife, we helped deliver food for the old people.
Okay, thank you. I also listened in on part of the staff meeting on the 21st, as well as the downtown reopening Zoom meeting. And as mentioned, the vice mayor and myself had a meeting with the city manager regarding tonight's agenda. And then also as mentioned, the closed session on the 26th. And on the 28th, I zoomed into a LAFCO meeting for which I was sworn in as an alternate. Due to the normal rotations, we've not had anyone on LAFCO for the last 2 years. But now we're back on for 2 years as an alternate and as primary for 2 years. Olin Woods was once again appointed chair, and Bev Sandine from West Side was appointed vice chair. And then on the 29th, I had a phone conference with Alyssa Meyer from Legal Services regarding the initiative on tonight's agenda. And then I can't count without taking shoes off how many meetings I've had in the last couple of weeks with the city manager and or business owners, just trying to get things moving forward downtown and for all the businesses, and discussions on tonight's meeting. Okay, thank you everybody for all your hard work, and we'll move on to public comment. And this is for items that are not on tonight's agenda, and I have not received any forms that would indicate a desire to speak on something not on the agenda. Okay, so we'll move on to the consent calendar. John?
Couple of items on the consent calendar. On item A are the minutes from the May 19th regular meeting of the city council. And item B is a resolution adopting what is known as our GAN limit. Way back in the day when they thought that cities were just going to be just losing money, Paul Gann introduced a constitutional requirement that you would adopt a spending limit for the overall city. And this is required as part of the overall budgeting process. It establishes the maximum amount of money that the city can collect and or spend. And the bad news is that we haven't gotten any yet. So we're going to, what this does is it establishes our statutory reporting of where we're at, and staff recommends that we adopt the consent calendar.
Okay, thank you. I've had no requests to speak on the consent calendar. With that said, if there's any questions from council, I'll entertain a motion. Okay, Councilmember Lauren moves adoption of the consent calendar. And Mayor Pro Tem Biaggi second. Tracy, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Anderson? Councilmember Anderson, do you approve the consent calendar?
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Lauren? Councilmember New?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biaggi?
Yes.
Mayor Callahan?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. All right, we don't have any presentations tonight, so we're going to move on to our agenda items. And the first item is a public hearing and adoption of Resolution 2020-26 regarding the citywide maintenance assessment district. John?
Good Mayor and Council, this is in regards to the citywide assessment district. There are two main things the assessment district does is citywide. It was adopted back in the 1990s. There's no increase in it. This is a combination of really two things. One is that it's enacting the citywide assessment for the coming fiscal year. It also provides the list of all of the parcels in town and the amount that they would be assessed, which is typically $82.50. Staff's requesting that you conduct a public hearing. It's a chance for people who may want to dispute their inclusion in the assessment. And after the public hearing, staff is recommending adoption. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, does anybody on council have questions on this item? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing at 6:50. I did not get any requests to speak on this item. So close the public hearing at 6:50 and 15 seconds. With that said, we'll entertain a motion if nobody's got any questions. Okay, Councilmember News, move for approval. Do we have a second? Okay, Councilmember Lauren, second. Tracy, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Anderson? Hi, Councilmember Anderson? Aye. Councilmember Lauren? Aye. Councilmember New? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Biaggi?
Aye.
Mayor Callen?
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 2, our budget workshop, everybody's most favorite item. I believe Shelley is gonna lead us through this once again.
Mayor and Council, I'll kick it off and then I'll just turn it
Okay.
over to Shelley. As the council requested, this is now the third different budget workshop that we've had regarding the fiscal year budget. Typically, we do a 2-year budget. This year, we're doing a 1-year budget. The COVID-19 pandemic has absolutely provided a different look for the way that we're trying to figure out the overall budget. As the council learned in previous workshops on this, this is going to be a very challenging year. Even the state of California, which is looking to adopt their budget within the next couple of weeks, is very challenged. So the reality is that probably the state will not, they'll adopt a budget in June. But the reality is that as they're looking for additional relief from the federal government on a number of things, the governor announced that they have a $54 billion deficit in their budget, and or at least shortfall in it. And that includes $14 billion coming from the feds, which doesn't look like it's necessarily positive. The reason why I mention this is because as we put together our budget, we also have to sit back and wonder what the state's going to be doing. As the state's looking for ways to balance their budget, oftentimes they look to various sources. Why don't I turn it over to Shelley? Shelley can maybe give you a little bit of an overview of the information we've been providing, and we'll take any questions and input. So, turn it over to Shelley.
So I'd like to start by talking about the general fund revenues for 2021. Our general fund revenues for 2021 are $5.4 million. And if you look at this, you can see that the general fund revenues for 2021 are projected to be less than the general fund revenues for the current year, even with COVID closed down. And that's because we're going to see the effects of COVID through the next fiscal year. 76% of all of our revenue comes from taxes. The biggest part of our taxes is property tax. Then we have utility user tax. We have sales tax, licenses and permits, municipal services tax, transient occupancy tax, and then 23% comes from a multitude of other revenues. Some of those revenues include payment from the Winter's Fire Protection District for providing fire services to the district, payment from the former redevelopment agency, various reimbursements and refunds, and of course the employee contribution of what should be going into the 457K fund.
our revenues are vulnerable. Our sales tax is our most vulnerable revenue source at this point. Sales tax is collected from retail sales. That includes restaurants, that includes gasoline. Our property tax are a little more stationary and stable, but if we go through another housing crisis like we did back in 2008, 2009, if you remember during that time period, we lost 23% of our assessed value, and our property taxes are based on the assessed value within the city. Right now, our property taxes are based on the assessed value as of January 1st, 2020. If we see an impact in property taxes, we'll see it based on the assessed value at January 1st, 2021. Our transient occupancy taxes, we've received none since March. The hotels and the Bed and Abbey House have been closed. We believe they may be opening up later this month or early next month, but they lag by a month, so they collect all their TOT, say in July. We don't get that until the end of August. So we've gone from March through now. We won't expect to see any TOT at all until sometime in August or September. Building permits can also be vulnerable to a recession as people are losing their jobs or the businesses are failing. Then the builders aren't going to build houses because they don't have anybody to buy them. So if they don't build them, they don't pull building permits, and that's a large portion of our general fund as well. We have a lack of diversity. We have a lack of diversity in our industry in the city. And we see that reflected best in our sales tax revenues. So if you look at the far left-hand corner, left-hand column, this is the source, gas tax, restaurants. 64% of all of our sales tax comes from gas and restaurants. And if you compare that to the state average, 22% of the state average comes from that. Also, in this slide, we show sales tax per capita. We compare Winners, which is the bar, the lower, and then we also compare it to Yolo County to California. And you can see that the sales tax generated within the city of Winners is approximately half of the sales tax per capita generated countywide and statewide.
Here, Tilly, what am I trying to point something out here? So when we talk about the overall lack of economic diversity, one of the things that we know about Winters is that we're actually a pretty wealthy city. I think on a per capita basis, I think we are the wealthiest city in Yolo County. And this slide is really important because when you look at the sales tax per capita, not only are we only receiving half, what it means is that there are two main factors. Number one, a couple of years ago, we did a study where we found that we were losing about 95% of all spending of our residents. If you look around this room, there's practically nothing in this room that you could buy in Winters, and that becomes an issue because you don't have any of the local spending happening. If you go to your house, whether it's a TV set or a computer or this table, those types of transactions don't happen here. We also don't have large transactions. Nobody buys a car here, really. When we look at the ag economy of Winters, the reality is that we really don't benefit from the ag economy as far as the business-to-business transactions that are going on. We don't have tractor dealerships. We don't have anybody buying any major equipment here in Winters. And that's reflective in the slide on the right. Because what it really shows is that when you, in our case, we live off of people going to restaurants and people filling their car with gas. That's wonderful. I can tell you that a couple of moves that we've made in that area have completely worked for us over the past couple of years. Adding the gas station, the number one taxpayer in Winters is the ARCO AMPM. So that has been good. Our sales tax revenue, I think Shelley will show it in a minute, but it's gone up precipitously because it's just a couple businesses. But the problem is that when we are only taking into account a perspective, for us, if we were just getting what other communities were receiving as far as their sales tax, we would have a very different discussion tonight. Because it would be, if we were just getting what Woodland gets from per capita, Davis gets per capita, West Sac, even the county, if we were just getting what everybody else got, we would be getting close to $800,000 more in revenue coming in. And these are the revenues that pay for parks, that pay for public safety, and most of the general services that we receive in town. So as we talk about diversifying our overall economic base, our ability to get, in many cases, business-to-business transaction is one of the key things that we really miss in Winters. I mean, think about it. In your normal job, you're typically spending more money. You know, at home, you don't buy 5 computers. You don't buy conference room equipment on type of stuff. You aren't buying multiple vehicles on a regular basis to replace your fleet. All of those things make a huge difference for us. And this slide right here shows, number one of the key vulnerabilities, which is the fact that we live off of gas and food here, and the resulting aspect, which is the result. The fact that we're getting half of the revenue that other communities get. And our sales tax consultant who comes in, they will talk about that. They're just saying, look, until you can get a greater business vibrancy where the businesses are playing off of each other to purchase things, you're going to have what you want.
So as we talk about the sales tax revenues in the this is the current year, or I'm sorry, this is last year. Last year our revenues were $17,000. Projections for the current year is that it's only going to be $610,000. Realize that our restaurants have been closed, or mostly closed, compared to their normal operations. And our gas is down. People are being told to stay home. The lake was closed. People aren't filling up their cars and driving places. So we're looking at a 15% reduction for this year over last year. Projections from our sales tax consultant show that we're going to see even another 5.6% reduction for our 2021 year. We don't know when things are going to be able to open back up. Even when they do open back up, we're hearing that restaurants are going to be allowed to be at half capacity. So we have to plan for that. We don't know what businesses are going to recover from being closed up and shuttered. And then in 2021, 2022, you can see right here, we're coming back up a little bit, but we're still not over a 3-year period. We're still not getting back to where we were in 2018, 2019. This impacts our ability to provide services. As you see, we're losing $100,000, $140,000, $116,000 each year. This is a projection from our property tax consultant that helps us accumulate information about what we're going to receive in property tax, and it's based on the assessed value of the home sales that happened over the year, so that we know we don't get the information from the county until August or September of what the assessed value is for the current year, but we have to adopt the budget before June 30th. So we have sales tax or property tax consultants that work with us and pull the information from the county, from the recorder's office to provide us with an idea of the direction of assessed value within the city. So we're looking at having property taxes of about $818,000 in 2021, which is an increase over the 1920 year. And a lot of that has to do with the new homes that have been built and added to the rolls. And then we're expecting to see additional increase, realized property tax can increase by a maximum of 2% per year. So, they're basing their estimates on that. The estimates for 21, 22 do not include any new home, sales or any new homes being built. Another portion of our property tax comes from what's called vehicle license in lieu, property tax in lieu of vehicle license fee. And a few years ago, the state reorganized how they paid the vehicle license fee to the cities and the counties. It used to be collected from the actual fees that you paid on your cars, the vehicle license fee, and that was apportioned out to cities based on population and some other factors. When they made some changes in how they do funding, they switched it to property tax in lieu, and it grows at the same rate that the assessed value within the city grows. So you can see that we're expecting to see an increase in 2021, and again in 21-22, and again it's related to the growth in assessed value of property within the city. So as the assessed value fluctuates up and down, so will property tax and property tax in lieu of PLF. These are two of our biggest revenue sources in the general fund, and we do not get any of this money until the end of January. So we go from our fiscal year starts July 1st. We go from July 1st to January 31st. We get about 55% of this. We'll get another 40% of it at the end of May, and we'll get the last 5% in August. So when you look at the 722 and the 818, we're looking at almost $1.5 million that we don't even get any of that until we're 7 months through the year. So those are our main revenue drivers in the general fund, and those revenues have to support all of these different departments. So we have city council, city clerk, city manager, the old library, the administrative services, HR, finance, police, fire, community development, planning, building inspection, public works, recreation, community center, and the pool, and we also have funding set aside for litigation contingency.
Shelley, go back to revenue. Why don't we see if we don't have any questions or anything on this?
Okay.
Anybody have any questions on the revenues part? Okay, we're good. We're not doing public comment on this yet. I only have one sheet for request to speak on the budget. So if you want to speak to the budget, fill out a sheet and give it to Tracy.
And as you can see, we have reduced the budgeted expenditures in 2021 versus 1920. We have cut about $4.5 million, or $450,000 from our expenditures. And the way we've made those cuts is we have asked all employees to forego a 2.5% pay raise that was negotiated to take effect July 1st. We've also asked them to take a 5% reduction in pay. We've limited all overtime to necessary overtime for police and fire and water and sewer services. We have made severe cutbacks to training and conferences to staff. The fire and police department have made severe cuts in their operating funds. We've got the community pool closed. We're not even sure when the governor is going to let us open it back up. Here we are in June and we're not allowed to open it. Closing the community center, again, we don't know when we're going to be allowed to open that back up. Reduction in the library contribution, reduction in the subsidy to the citywide assessment district, and that's because of the cuts in pay we're asking everybody to take. Our reduction, and we're also reducing staffing. Our economic development and housing manager is retiring June 30th, that position will not be filled. We had a police commander in last year's budget, which remained unfilled, and we will not fill it in the 2021 year. We have a police sergeant that retired in February. We're not filling that position. The city clerk and records manager is planning on retiring at the end of the calendar year. We're not going to fill that position. We'll backfill with existing staff. The public works management analyst position will be vacant when that person transitions to a new position here soon. We aren't hiring any summer interns. We had originally included in the budget 2 firefighters to be funded by a grant that required us to have to pay 25% of each one of the firefighters' wages. And we couldn't do that. And we reduced and removed the contract planner, who's the current one is planning on retiring soon. So we are making significant changes in the organization and in the staffing within the organization. And those of us that are left will be working together to fill all of those empty spots and take over those responsibilities. We have some capital projects we've included in the budget. Remodeling the former police station, cleaning the roof on City Hall. There's some leaks in the roof. The SB1 money for road and sidewalk projects. We've seen some of that happening this year. And the SB1 money is money that is allocated to us each year. We have a city limit specific plan that's being worked on with SB2 money, a housing element update that needs to be done, a climate action plan. And we're implementing some software that will help modernize how we do things. One of them is called NeoGov, which is HR payroll software. Another one is implementation of OpenGov, which is a budgeting and transparency software, so we get off of the paper and Microsoft Excel spreadsheets and stuff. In conclusion, we balanced the budget. We believe it's realistic. We've done the best we can. We've made significant reductions in staffing and wages. COVID-19 has been extremely damaging to our economy, and we need to be encouraging our businesses to open back up. We need to work with those businesses. We need to go out to those businesses and buy gas and buy whatever we can find in town, shop local, and help those businesses survive and rebound. And we have a need for economic development and a diversification of our economy, so we're not so dependent on 2 sectors of the economy to help fund all the services that we want to provide to the citizens of Winters. So I'm open for any questions.
Okay, before we get going with council questions, I'd like you to re-explain to everybody here tonight about the reserve account. And because most people think that we have a $3.6 million reserve, but as you so well explained before to us, that's not cash on hand. So if you could explain that for everybody again, that would be great.
We do have funds that are called our reserve funds, and our reserve funds are made up from the fund balance of the general fund, our service reserve fund, our equipment replacement fund, and our general fund reserve. Not all of that fund balance is in cash. We have about $1.8 million in cash. The balance of it is tied up in money that's owed to the city. For example, our equipment replacement and service replacement fund, when we had to pay what we lovingly call the ransom to the state of California to keep the redevelopment agency going, we paid $800,000 to the state of California to keep our redevelopment agency going. That was a loan from our reserve funds to the redevelopment agency, and then a year later, the state of California shut down the redevelopment agency. We are still waiting to get all of that money back. So at this point, about 500,000, because we have received some, about 500,000 of that fund balance is sitting in money that's owed to us by other people. Additionally, at the end of every year, when you look at what the reserve fund balance is, there's a lot of money that shows as revenue for the year, but we haven't actually received the cash yet. So I think when I looked at the CAFR for last year, we had another $400,000 that was tied up in accounts receivable from other people. Accounts receivable for sales tax, accounts receivable for utility user tax, those kinds of things, because realize they're all delayed. When you do a sales tax is collected by the businesses, say January through March. It's due to the state by the end of April, and it comes to the city by the end of May. So there's a 2-month delay. So we have money that we get in July and August cash, that's actually cash flow for July and August, but the revenue belongs to the prior year. So even though it's included in that's called accrual accounting, as opposed to cash basis accounting. And so the fund balance includes the portion that we have reported as income that people still owe us. And some of the fund balance is tied up in equipment. We have equipment, we have parking lots, we have parks, we have buildings. So some of the fund balance is tied up in those items. And so even though the fund balance is maybe close to $3 million in actual cash, it's closer to $1.8 million at any one time.
Yeah.
And that tends to go way down because we use that fund balance. Remember I said we don't get property taxes until January, usually January 31st. So we use that fund balance, cash flow us, along with all the other things that come in monthly, to cash flow us, so we get that relief by receiving our first check from the county. And then we catch up for a bit, and then we have to use it again to cash flow us until the end of May. So for example, last Friday was May 29th. We got our second remittance from Yellow County last Friday. So it's, we use it as a cash flow. So it takes a while to, again, the money doesn't always come in. The money doesn't come in immediately. And so we have to have money sitting in a fund. It's kind of like a savings account that we use to help us through the year until we get our paycheck.
Mr. Mayor, if I can. I'm looking around the room. I think some people can remember this. How many people have never had a situation where you only get one paycheck a month? That's what it is. Imagine the fact that you get a certain amount of money to pay all your bills, and you have to make that cash last. And that's the way that it is with our cash reserves. You can dip into it, but eventually, if you need this, and in our case, we need those cash reserves to carry us for 7 months of the start of our year. So, as sometimes people will be pressed and they'll say, well, why don't you just dip into your reserves? Eventually you run out of money. You need cash, and that's the case with us, is that the fact that we do not have a lot of money that's coming over the counter. We look at our sales tax, very low comparatively. You look at relatively our building permits. We don't have as many building permits, but when you don't have money coming across the counter, you rely on that cash. And that's really the dilemma that we have, is we've looked to see for other levels of diversification of our economy. It also helps in how the city actually operates, because one question is can you take loans from other funds? And you can. But all of that money is due by the end of the fiscal year. So what happens is that even if we were to take loans from other funds, what that would do is if we paid it off at the end of June every year, what it would do is it would deplete the amount of cash that we would have going into the next fiscal year for us. So as we kind of vigorously look at the overall budget, the goal is always to keep that cash that we need to actually operate that city for that first 7 months of the fiscal year. And that is probably one of our most serious problems that we have. It's just the fact that we are so reliant on keeping some cash around, because we just don't have enough coming across the counter the rest of the year.
will be even more important this year because everybody that did have sales in January, February, and first part of March before the governor made us all stay home and close all of our businesses, he allowed them to take a 90-day holiday, for lack of a better word. So the money that we would have seen at the end of April, we won't see until July and August because they don't have to send it to franchise tax board for 90 days. So if it was due CDTFA, if it was due to them on April 30th, now it's not due until July 31st, so that means we don't get it until August 30th. So even the money that we normally would have been seeing in the past that comes in cash flow wise every month, which is the way sales tax comes in. Sales tax comes in every month. Except we did not get any in May and we will not get any in June. And additionally, not only did he say they don't have to pay it to the CDTFA until the end of July, he also is giving certain businesses a year to pay that. We will get 1/12 of what they owe us every month starting August of 2020 through July of 2021. So it's helpful to the businesses. It's a little more challenging for us to manage our cash flow when he does that because that's the cash flow. Part of what helps us keep our reserves as high as we can because we do have that cash flow of the TOT and the sales tax and the utility user taxes that come in monthly and quarterly. But now he's just taken one of those really big ones, so $167,000. He just moved it out of the cash coming in through June 30th and moved it to August.
Okay, great fun. All right, now we're gonna have some council questions and comments. I think Jesse, you have something?
The CARES Act gave money to the Yellow County Transit District to help them get through this terrible time. Are we going to or expect to get any federal money or state money?
We do not expect to get any of that. I believe Governor Newsom is planning on using all of the money that comes to the state for state purposes. Only cities that were population of 500,000 or more got direct payments from the federal government, and we already know way below that. And their comment was go to the state and ask them for money, and as John told you, they're looking at a $54 billion deficit. I don't see that anybody's going to be handing anything over to us. Not that we count on anyway.
Thank you. Does the budget include something that's been dogging winners for years? We've had to sink a lot of money into fighting and into also complying with Crime 6. Do we have something in the budget to help us prepare for that?
Currently, we do not, but what I will say is that would be paid for out of the water fund, not out of the general fund. Water and sewer funds are operated and maintained and funded through the water and sewer fees that everybody gets a bill for each month. And so the Chromium 6, we don't really know we're still kind of in a waiting period to see what they're going to come back for their approved levels. So we have not, but we know that that's an issue out there that we may be having to deal with. But the current budget does not have any capital projects in there because we just don't know what direction to take yet.
As the Chromium 6 issue starts rolling, that will require us to kind of come up with an overall plan at that time. We actually have a draft plan that we've kind of got sitting on the side that we're waiting for overall timing to figure out exactly when we would need to do some things. A lot of that is going to be rolled into the overall rate study that we're looking at. So as the rate study comes out, we're going to drop a couple of things in there as far as some of our engineering. But we are going to need to figure out the overall plan on Chrome 6. For us, we're looking at somewhere between a $35 and $45 million project that would be spread out along probably about 2,000 customers, just as a round number. We're looking at our customers, the people in this room, probably seeing increases of about $200 a month in their water bill, just in the base bill. And it's quite the deal, as we've been fighting with the Department of Drinking Water and the Cal EPA and all this. Very serious issue. And by the way, the $200 a month, it doesn't matter whether you're the very low income customer or somebody who is relatively comfortable in their income. It doesn't matter. $200 a month. And it's something that we've been direly trying to work on. But the Chrome 6 issue is a real issue. And for the people that are here tonight, here's a perspective. The federal drinking water standard on chromium 6 is 100 parts per billion. In California today, it's 50 parts per billion. So we are half of the federal requirement, which, by the way, is 49 other states and any territories that we have. Our number is 17 parts per billion. So we literally are in a situation where we would be 83% lower than the federal standard, but we may be with let's just say a $40 million project for us. Which, by the way, it doesn't add a single drop of water. It doesn't add anything except expense and processing. It does absolutely nothing. So it's a serious issue for us, and if people want to get involved, that would be something to get involved with.
Well, I just want to mention that I sit on the Water Resource Agency, and we have regular reports from the state, and the state says this is coming our way, and they are relentless about it. It doesn't matter how it's going to affect communities. And also sit on the Environmental Policy Committee for the League of California Cities. Our Environmental Policy Committee meets on Friday, and I'm sure that I might get an update on that. But all the people that work in government say this is coming our way. So it's something I think that we should be, have some sort of way to address, because it's coming.
A little bit more on Chrome 6, because I have made some statements to the State Water Board on this just in the last month, and also Assemblymember Curry and Senator Dodd. And the one thing John didn't mention is what they're wanting to lower the number to, which is less than 1 part per billion. And they don't even have any proven science on how to do it. So it's just as crazy as anything can be that we would spend that kind of money for something we don't even know is going to work. And their white paper on it basically said that small jurisdictions like ours make up less than 5% of the total in California, so they don't care what it costs us. As far as they're concerned, we don't matter because we're not taking it. So they're just gonna let us pay for it. So if you wanna write a letter to the state, to Cecilia or to Dodd or anybody, we need that killed. They were able to postpone it for a couple of years when Cecilia first went to the assembly. But basically the can got kicked down the road and now it's back. So it's definitely an issue that needs some attention, and we've got to find a way to make it something reasonable that jurisdictions like ours can handle. Or as I told Assemblymember Curry, she's gonna hold the bag for bankrupting her own hometown, because that's what it'll do, without a doubt. Okay, on to other budget items. Mayor Pro Tem Biaggi?
Yeah, I have a question on the general fund reserve that you're talking about. I believe we're somewhere around 1.8 million in cash that we could spend, is that correct?
Yes, about 1.8 million. It fluctuates at all times, so, yeah.
That's something that we need to pay our bills throughout the year.
We will, and realize that in this year, we will use some of that reserve because frankly, frankly, this was not enough time for us to react quickly enough to counteract some of the damage that was done by having our businesses shut down, having our citizens out of work, having people not being able to go about their business in a normal manner has been very, very damaging for the city. It's about a $450,000 deficit right now for this current year, which brings us down to about 1.4 at the end of the year. Again, my projections are based on things that may or may not happen through the end of the year, sending, fuel. If we have to send fire trucks out, we use more fuel. We don't have to send fire trucks out, we'll use those. So I'm trying to take a conservative but realistic viewpoint of what our expenses are going to end up being for this year, but I anticipate that at the end of the year, our fund balance will be somewhere, our cash balance will be somewhere around 1.4.
So am I correct in assuming or understanding that we have been spending down that reserve balance over the last several years? Is that correct?
Yes, we have. We've been hitting it between, some years it's, $50,000, some years it's closer to 200,000 when we have unforeseen expenditures that hit the general fund, or when revenues that were projected from projects don't materialize in the time frame that we were told they were going to materialize in. The city typically tries to have services in place at the time the new development, whether it's a retail development, whether it's a housing development, whether it's something like the hotel. We try to make sure we have all our services ready when those businesses are ready to open. And if some of those businesses and some of those home building activities are delayed by a year or two, then that impacts us, because maybe we were told something was going to happen in 1 year and it didn't happen until a year or two later. But yet we put staff on, or we made other arrangements around that to deal with whatever we need to have to provide those services.
So we're probably, I would say, pretty close to the level where we can't keep spending that down, or we won't have enough cash to pay our bills. That continues for very much longer.
Yeah, think of it like your savings account. If you continually use your savings account to pay your PG&E bill or your car payment, and you're not putting anything back in there, pretty soon you don't have a savings account, and then you're still trying to figure out how to pay your bills. So that's kind of the way it works.
So another question, I know normally we do a 2-year budget cycle. When we do these budgets, we do it for a 2-year period. And then after 1 year, we come back and we do a mid-year review where we do some adjustments. Since we're doing a 1-year budget, will we come back in 6 months and look at that and do some adjustments in 6 months?
We will, as part of the pay reductions that we're asking the employees to take. We've committed to all of the employees to meet with them in February, after we've received our first property tax payment, and after we've had some time to see how the businesses in town are recovering and which ones are recovering well. And looking at our financial position, we've committed to coming back and talking with them in February. We have not committed to making any changes. We've committed to talking to them, being open with them about what our financial situation is, and seeing if there's any ability to make any adjustments at that time based on the knowledge that we have. So we are only doing a 1-year budget this year, and that's just because at this point, it is so difficult to do projections for 2 years out. We don't know what's going to happen. And there's a lot of cities and a lot of counties that are only doing 3-month budgets right now. So they're hoping they get through the summer, they see how things are reacting, and then they can do the budget. All cities have to have some type of adopted budget by June 30th. So we've elected to step back from the 2-year budget and just focus on this current year, because we feel like that's all that we can reasonably determine where we think things are going to go. And the level of confidence comes from the consultants that we use that can dig really, really deep into the numbers for us. And so we count on them to provide us the numbers for some of our revenues, especially the sales tax and the property tax numbers. And we have conversations with other businesses, with developers. We have these conversations, but we know we're in a recession. We've got about 15% unemployment minimum right now. Probably that's low. We don't know how we're gonna recover, when we're gonna recover. And so it doesn't seem prudent to try to go past the first year in the budget because we just don't feel like there's any way we can make realistic projections on anything. Things could come back tremendously well, or things could go tremendously bad. And we're kind of taking the middle of the road, thinking that we're being conservative. We think most businesses will come back. We think most businesses are going to have to reduce business because of the way the governor is opening things up. So we're trying to listen to everything that's going on around us, work with our consultants, and be as realistic as possible, and hope that we come really to what's going to happen, or maybe be a little too conservative and be able to come back later and make some adjustments. But that's the tactic that we're taking right now. And again, I belong to California Society of Municipal Finance Officers, group of people kind of like me. And a lot of them are like, we're only going to do a 3-month budget. We're only going to do a 6-month budget. We've got to see where we're going. And there's a lot of really unfortunate things that are happening in these other cities and counties as far as dealing with this. So.
Thank you. No further questions right now.
Okay. Councilmember New.
I will try to talk so that you can hear me. If I move the mic away from my mouth and you can't hear me, raise your hand and I'll try to get so that you can hear. I have quite a bit to say about the budget, and I'll say as public disclosure, at the last city council meeting, I believe I said that there was $3.6 million in our reserve fund. In fact, I know I said that, but I said it because somebody told me that. And then I heard later that wasn't true. So I went in and I spent about an hour with Shelley, and she had to be very patient, but she showed me the budget, and when I thought that there was $3.6 million in the reserve, I was going to say upset, but probably angry that we would even look at making the cuts that were projected. But having gone over the budget, and I kept looking for places that we could find money, and I asked Shelley, well, what about here? And she said, no, we can't use that money because it's allocated for such and such. This is what we heard a few minutes ago. But I want to point out that we have to do something better, and we have to work at it, because the biggest budget cut, obviously, is staff, because that's our biggest money output. Cutting staff by 5%, their salary is 5%, and then not giving them 2.5%, that's bad. And then if they're merit based and they don't get that, that's also bad. It's worse yet. And so that all made me mad, but then I found out that we did the same thing in 2008, when the real estate bubble burst, and it took 8 years for the staff to get back to where they had been. And their first real raise is going to be this year. So I don't know how we're going to do it. If we can set money aside for things like litigation, we better have money for budget, because we can't put it all on staff. Even if staff is 65% of our budget, and maybe we have to do things with our budget to change that. I went over the budget with Shelley, and I have to read whatever. And as I said, I couldn't find any money. I bugged Shirley as much as I could, and she told me there wasn't any extra money. And I said, well, what about the $250,000 that's being put away for possible litigation? And I had asked Ethan about the litigation at a previous meeting, and the answer was not really a direct answer to my question. I talked to the city manager, and he said that litigation could happen, and I trust him, and there were no specifics. And I talked to people in other jurisdictions, and they have no knowledge of other legal action on this type of initiative that I assume that we're putting money away to litigate. And I don't know of anything that the council voted on that this initiative could generate a lawsuit. If we must save their money, I think we need to have a reason to save it. And if there's some commitment that we have made, we should be told what it is, and if it's something that, I want to know if there's something that we should know, because I can't vote for a budget with these kinds of cuts. And this is not the salary, this is the library, this is the swimming pool, community center. That $250,000 won't cover all of that. It won't even come close to some, but it will help. And I'd rather have it helping our people. This is what Winters is. I mean, we depend on these people, and we keep cutting their pay, and I have problems with that. Okay. Well, I have other things to say, and I will go with that and come back with other things later.
Okay, does Councilmember Anderson have anything on the budget? Okay, while John's doing that, go ahead.
This is really sad. It's very sad. It's very sad for the community to know that the people that we hire will suffer with cuts. We can't just throw a rainy day fund amount of money for this emergency because nobody knows how long this is gonna go on. Nobody knows. We don't know if there's a second wave coming. We don't know where we're gonna be next year. We don't know how many lockdowns. We don't know. And part of planning for a city is to be cautious. Even when it is very uncomfortable. When I look at some of this money, I wanted to ask, why would the city not go for the federal fire grant if we only have to pay 25%?
25% for 2 firefighters is about $75,000, and so we're asking everybody the 5% pay cut. But then we're having to pay $75,000 to get 2 firefighters to add in. So, I tried it. I did. I went in and I put it in the budget. I knew what the firefighter wages would be. I knew what our share would be. And I started the budget. I've actually done several reiterations it with just freezing the 2.5% COLA, and that was a little less bad, but still really bad. And then I did it with 5% pay cut, and I let the firefighters in, and we still have issues. And then I pulled those 2 firefighters out, and I went to all the other departments, and I asked them to go back and double and triple check their operations and look at things that we are pretty sure aren't going to happen this year. We're pretty sure live training, going to a conference, probably not going to happen this year. So if you have, it's like you have money in your particular budget so that you can do that, let's pull those out. And then I just kept going back and asking, but it just came down to that's how I have to do it.
Well, I think that if you have sort of Sophie's choice as well, can we get that money to the pool, or can we get these 2 firefighters in? And the answer is neither.
Right,
Neither.
exactly.
Because of where we are. This is a tough austerity budget. And it makes me sad that, this is where we are.
Okay, John, any luck with Harold? Does he have any questions?
Harold, do you have any questions?
I had one, if you can hear me. There was a question about, I think I heard Shelley say that the state is looking at taking part of our assessment district money. Is that what I heard?
No,
Go ahead. No, actually not the assessment district, but I think probably one of the biggest concerns has to do with the state, either looking at things like sales tax. Sales tax is really easy for them because it comes to them and they, we don't have to pay it. But I think the reality is that, on the, sales tax is probably the greater threat, or, potentially property tax. One of the revenues that Shelley kind of compressed has to do with one thing that we call property tax in lieu of sales tax, and that was a bond measure that the state did back in, Schwarzenegger was the governor at the time, but they did this thing called a triple flip, where they took money from one area, they loaned it to another, and then they repaid it back to the cities in some form of a property tax credit. So, but it's not the assessment district. Probably the biggest threat is probably sales tax or property tax.
Thank you.
Okay, I got just a couple of quick things, and then we're gonna get to some public comments. We know the library was 25% or 25,000 that we paid them. Can you give us any kind of a breakdown on what we spend on the pool above and beyond what we collect, and the same with the community center?
The pool typically runs at about $125,000 to $150,000 a year deficit. So that's what it costs us to keep it functioning, over and above what we collect from all of the programs. Because realize that when the programs are in place, we have staff, and we have all the staff costs. We have more chlorine, we have a certain level that and I don't operate the pool, but just looking at the financial side of things, electricity, gas, water, the more people that you have in the pool, chlorine, the more people you have in the pool, the higher those costs go. And so even though the swim lessons and all of that create revenue, we have, we have expenditures that are much higher than that. And so it's typically around $125,000 to $150,000 a year deficit.
Okay, what about the community center?
The community center is typically running about 80,000 to 100.
I got it exact. So the community center, as far as the estimated expenditures, is probably about $112,000 a year.
And that's above what we collect?
Yes. So, the pool runs about $126,000 a year to run, but typically, when we run all of our swim classes and all that fun stuff, the negative on it is around 70. So, but the community center, the one thing we are proposing, and we just can't work the place out. I mean, obviously, we've got to use it and do some things, but, the expenditure on the community center is still going to be about 50,000.
And I realize that part of the rationale behind the pool in the community center is right now we don't know when we can let us open and we don't know when we're gonna get to that.
Right now, we can't use them.
You know, we're stuck. And frankly, we're headed, we're in the first week of June. Typically, we would be doing swimming lessons and all of those kinds of things starting probably next week. I don't have kids in school anymore, so I lose track of when school gets out. But typically about next week, we would start with all the swimming lessons on top of the open swim. We have none of that, and we have no idea, based on what we're hearing and seeing, I don't think that we're going to be able to do that before it's time for kids, hopefully, to go back to school in the fall. I just don't know, we just don't know, but it appears that with all the social distancing, the mask, look at how we're setting tonight. We're not going to be able to let people be in the community center and have those large gatherings, which is what generates the revenue for the community center. We're not going to be able to have kids in the swimming pool, jumping and playing and having a good time in the pool just because of the way we're supposed to be social distancing from one another. And we can't do anything as long as the state and the county has a public health order in place.
Okay, thank you, Shelley. All right, we're gonna, okay, go ahead.
It's about both the. It's about both the pool and the community center. What it costs to run those, I'm sure is accurate. If we don't run the pool, is it still going to, what is the cost going to be? Is the figure that you gave us what it would cost us if we were running it, or is that the figure just to keep? What is the maintenance of it, even if it's not being used?
Yeah, no, the maintenance of the pool without us using it is about 62,000. We still have to run the filters, we still have to do the maintenance, we still have to leave some similar to the chemicals and all of that in it. So it's the pool sitting there all by itself is about 62,000 a year.
We need to maintain it. We want it to be usable when we're allowed to reuse it again. So we need to keep it maintained by doing all the things John said. And so that's what's included in the budget is keeping it maintained, keeping it healthy, keeping it so that when we're able to go back and use it again, that it's in good shape to do that. We don't want it to go into disrepair. And that's the same thing with the community center. We still are going to have to keep some level of heating and air conditioning in there, keep it maintained. Again, we don't want it to go into disrepair because it's not being used. And frankly, most of the issues is because we're not allowed to use it right now. But we still want it to be a good, well taken care of asset for the community. So there are still costs involved in it. And we have included that in the budget so that they don't go into disrepair.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do the public comments for the people that I have here. Sally Brown. And please state your name for the recording.
Sally Brown, 24 East Main Street. Reserve funds are often referred to as rainy day funds. If there were ever a rainy day, this is it. We're fighting COVID-19. I know that it's not safe right now to open the pool. I know it's not safe right now to have the seniors at the community center, but it may happen in the fiscal year 2021, which is what you're budgeting right now. So I'm asking you to please dip into the city's hefty $1.8 million reserve fund or rainy day fund to fund the reopening of the pool when it is safe, which might even happen phase 4 by the end of the summer. Maybe the kids will get a few weeks of swimming. It's There's so little for the youth of this town to do. Resume the senior citizen lunch program. That program at the community center is largely run by volunteers. Our senior citizens rely on that not just for the food, but for the social aspect of getting out of their homes. It cannot cost, if we're already heating and air conditioning the community center, I cannot understand why we can't open the community center to the seniors. And also to pay the city share to keep the library doors open. Mark Fink, our county librarian, at the first public meeting we had about the city budget, said that if you did not pay your $25,000, it would result in reduced hours and reduced programming. $25,000. You have $1.8 million in cash reserves. Come on. Now, I know, and I sent you a much longer letter, which I'm going to cut to the chase now, but other communities, other municipalities are dipping into their funds. If there were ever a time to do it now. And it just puzzles me how you can find $250,000. If you were just to take that $250,000, we could reopen the pool, the community center, and also pay our share of the library. But you're going to put this into a potential litigation fund for some unrealized litigation that's not happening. Why don't you put that fund towards the reserve fund? You don't need cash on hand because there is no litigation that's pending. So why don't you take the cash that you've got in hand, that you are going to put $250,000 into the budget, and put those into the services for the community? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we also have Lynette McClure. I also do want to mention before Lynette gets started that we did get a rather detailed email from Sally Brown as well on the budget subject that will also be part of the record. Go ahead, Lynette.
Lynette McClure.
Thank you.
What I had to say was really questions regarding the budget, informational in nature rather than a public comment. I'd like to know in the sales tax or Amazon taxes, are they shown in the other taxes area? And have we projected an increase in those due to at-home purchases? What do we expect in that area?
The Amazon purchases are included in sales tax, and they go into the county pool. So that means all of the sales that happen in Yolo County get put into the county pool, and then they're allocated out based on population. So Woodlands has 160,000 people, and we have 7,000 people, 7,200. So that tells you what happens with the sales tax from each.
Okay, so the allocation is not direct, it's not specific to the.
No, it all goes in. Anything that you buy on the internet that is from an Amazon type company, Amazon, Macy's, any of those internet sales, it all goes into the county pool. So the county pool is part of that. Let's see, we have 64% that's just restaurants and gas within the city of Winter. So the other 36% includes what we get from Amazon and things like hardware stores and a little bit from the grocery stores when you buy taxable items with your groceries. So it's part of that 30%.
Okay, thank you. And the second question was directed to the litigation contingency, and I think that has now been answered, that is a non-specific budget item rather than specific.
Right.
Do we have anything in mind for what might be coming forward? It was put on the budget, so there must be something that we're thinking about.
Ethan?
we put that in the budget, non-Shelley put that in the budget, what we're concerned about potential litigation.
Yeah, take them out.
Maybe,
We put this in the budget, Don Shelley put this in the budget to address potential litigation, related to the initiative. To date, there has been no litigation threatened that I'm aware of. But we wanted to have that in there just in case. From my perspective, ultimately, it's not my decision on budget, this is always a policy decision. There are a lot of unknowns in the budget, so you're going to have to decide whether or not you want to include that provision in there. If we do have to defend litigation, which hasn't been threatened yet, then you will have to spend money to defend that litigation. So it is a potential expense. Is it a certainty? It's not. And if there is no litigation, obviously you could and would, I assume, reallocate this money for other purposes. So, I mean, ultimately, you'll have to make a decision.
Okay, thank you.
so we think it's more important than funding the pool, the community center, raises, everything else to defend against something that has not yet occurred, and it is also the will of the people. And they have spoken.
That's not what we're saying at all. It's just this is a budget workshop. We haven't made a decision yet. It isn't cast in stone yet. We still have to decide these things.
I'm glad to hear
Lynette,
that.
you did fill out 2 of these forms. Is one of them for the next item?
No, there were 2. One was the sales tax and one was the litigation.
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I did have a couple other thoughts here, and it's regarding for the budget. Okay, I believe you. Come on up, Rebecca.
Rebecca Friday, 112 Levi Village Court. First of all, I want to say I really honor the commitment that the city staff, when they agreed to cut their salaries. That's an amazing thing. As a teacher, we had to do that once, and I understand it. It's really, really hard, and I appreciate it all. With our city's income reduced drastically over the last few months, you have before you a difficult decision to make to address the shortfall. One of the lines that you are planning to cut at the moment is the $25,000 the city has agreed to fund for the library in Winters in the memorandum of understanding with the county and the school district. As president of the Winters Central Library, I urge you to reconsider this cut. The library is a cornerstone of our community. It is one of the few places that when the stay-at-home work restrictions are lifted, will be open and available to everyone. It is a place where the elderly, the poor, and the other disadvantaged or disenfranchised groups are welcome and can find information, use free Wi-Fi, find a place to cool off a bit, and to check out good books. Your portion of the agreement to fund the library is quite small when compared to the $250,000 for the litigation fund or the $1.6 million contingency budget that you have saved. And to my way of thinking, where's the goodwill it would get you to follow an agreement that you signed with the county and the school district for our community to support the library? Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Okay, my thoughts here. What's that? It wasn't a public hearing. So, okay. Between the pool, the library, and the community center, if it was open all year long, yeah, that's $250,000 to $300,000. We already know it's not going to be open all year long this year. And I've got one idea that I'd like staff to look at, and that is, I'd like to see the library go ahead and get their $25,000. And if it's possible, through the state to open the pool later in the year, I'd like to do that. And I would definitely like to see the community center be able to be open back up for the senior lunches and their bingo and the things they do. Because I think it's really important to them for the, getting out and visiting with friends that we paid for those couple of items, basically out of that 250 litigation fund, and we look at the 250 litigation fund as being part of the reserve. Kind of a roll of the dice here that we won't have to use it. I'm hopeful we won't. But I think these things are really important for the community. And I also would like, I know it means more work for you, Shelley, but with this ongoing COVID-19 and budget issues and everything we're dealing with, I would like to get an update like every 6 weeks or 8 weeks at the most as to where we are, if there's been any change, so that we can have plenty of time to think about replacing some of this lost pay for staff, things like that. Because if the recovery happens way faster than everybody's thinking, then I want to get that money back to our staff as fast as we can. So I know some months you'll probably come to us and say nothing's changed, but on the chance that there is anything that we can adjust, I think we need to visit this every couple of months at least, so that if it's possible to make some adjustments, we can. Okay, does anybody else have any further comments on the budget questions? Okay, thank you. So if you could look at those couple of things before this comes back, I think it comes back on the 16th, we have to approve something, correct?
Correct. Our next regularly scheduled meeting is June 16th, and the budget must be adopted prior to June 30th. So if we don't want to have to hold a special council meeting, we do need to adopt the budget at the next meeting.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Shelley. And nobody's got anything else on that? We're all good? Okay. All right, now moving on. We're going to item number 3 here. And this is the acceptance of certification of sufficiency for the initiative petition amending the City of Winter's general plan to establish an urban growth boundary and request for further direction from the City Council pursuant to Election Code 9215. Now, before we get started, I got a few things I want to say here, a little opening statement. Due to the fact that we know this initiative is a hot topic in Winters, I want to be sure everyone here today understands how the council's consideration of the initiative is going to be conducted. First, we're going to get an introduction of the initiative from the city attorney, and the council's options will also be laid out by the city attorney. Then, we're going to allow the leadership of the KWW group, which, based on emails with Mr. Polkinghorn, will be Mr. Polkinghorn and Mr. Hunter, Mr. Lagnatuda, and their attorney. And they have assured me that they can do their presentation within 15 minutes or less. And then, typically, the council would ask questions after that, and to the group and to staff. But because we have a lot of public that wants to speak tonight, I'm going to change it up a little bit, and we're going to have public comment after their presentation. So anybody in the public that wants to speak that's filled out a paper will be allowed to speak. And you'll get 3 minutes. Tracy will be working the timer, and you can make your statement for or against the petition. Now, in order to give everyone who wants to give input a chance to express themselves, if someone mentions a position on the initiative that you wish to concur with, it'd be really helpful if you just agreed with the previous speaker rather than tell us the same thing over again. That would be helpful with the time. And then
With the obvious number of people wishing to address the topic, we will definitely use the 3-minute time clock. And after we get through the public comment, I am going to go through the list of email comments that I've received. I will not read them in their entirety. They will become part of the record. I will read the names and just a couple of words about whether they supported or opposed, or, you know, any special little tips from the emails, and then all of those will go in the record. And then we'll also hear from anybody that's on Zoom. They'll be able to use the raise your hand symbol, and we'll ask for them to speak as well. After we get through the public comments, then I'll ask the leadership of the initiative to come back up to answer questions from the council. Then the council will discuss our options and hopefully come up with a decision on how to move forward. I also want to remind everybody to understand that this meeting must and will remain civil. The council will give anyone that wishes to speak the attention and respect that they deserve, and the council expects the same from all of you. Do not speak out of turn, do not cheer or boo anyone's comments. Anyone that does not remain respectful will be asked to leave the meeting. I'm not saying these things because I think any of us here tonight are troublemakers. Quite the contrary. I like to believe we are all friends and neighbors that are passionate about the future of Winters. This initiative is likely one of the most important items to come before the city council in many years. And the outcome, regardless of which way it turns out, will have major ramifications for the future of the city of Winters for many years to come. And with that said, I'll now turn it over to the city attorney to do his part. Ethan?
Mr. Mayor, real quick, we're going to open up a couple of the doors to see if we can't air this place out just a little bit. So, 1 second.
Mayor, do you want me to go ahead or wait until the doors open? You want me to wait until the doors open?
Oh, that's nice.
What's that?
Go ahead, Ethan.
Thank you, Mayor. So as you know, the item that's before you tonight is a petition that was put before the city of excuse me. So as you know, the item that's before you tonight is a petition that was put before the city of Winters to form an urban growth boundary that's contiguous with the city limits of the city of Winters, and it would require any development with certain exceptions beyond that urban growth boundary to go to a vote of the people. What would have to happen is you would have to have a vote of the people to change the limits of the urban growth boundary. I'm not going to get into detail on the substance of the urban growth boundary or the measure itself. The proponents, as you mentioned, are going to have the opportunity to present on this, so I'll give them the opportunity to do that since they prepared the initiative. So they should have the opportunity to speak to that. So what I'm going to focus on is the options that are before the council tonight. So as you know, the proposed initiative has received a sufficient number of signatures to qualify for the ballot, as verified by our city clerk and the county registrar of voters. Pursuant to the election code, the city was required on verification of the signatures to put the petition to bring the petition to the council for its next regular meeting for consideration. At this point, the council has 3 options at this meeting. First, you could adopt the initiative measure as is without alteration at the meeting tonight. Second, you could place the measure on the ballot for consideration by the voters. Or third, you could order city staff to prepare an impact report that analyzes the potential impacts of the measure. This report must be completed within 30 days, and at the meeting where the council considers the report, the council must either adopt the measure or place it on the ballot for consideration by the voters. So as you also know, I've advised you that if you place this measure on the ballot, it should be placed on the city's next regular election in March of 2022. The proponent's attorney has sent 2 letters, one that was included in your packet, and a second one that came in over the weekend, both disagreeing with my interpretation. I also understand that a number of members of the public have expressed concern with that interpretation. So, in light of all that, I wanted to take some time to explain my reading of the law and respond to some of the arguments that were made by the proponent's attorney. So the elections code provides that in the event the city decides not to adopt the measure as is, it must submit the measure to the voters pursuant to election code section 1405. Section 1405A provides that the election on the petition shall be held at the jurisdiction's next regular election occurring not less than 88 days from the call of the election. Our regular election dates are set under our municipal code as the same day as the state direct primary election. Our next regular election is in March of 2022. In his most recent letter, the proponent's attorney argues that under state statute, the November election is a general election, so we must put the petition on for that election. However, state law does not require us to put it on the next general election. It requires us to put it on the city's next regular election, which is in March of 2022. The elections code goes on to say that the council may, at its discretion, call a special meeting to submit the measure to the voters. However, section 1405 requires that if the city calls a special election, the election shall be held at not less than 88 days nor more than 103 days after the order of the election. We're required to call the election tonight, or if the council orders the impact report within 30 days. Either way, you're required to call the election more than 103 days before the November presidential election. Based on the plain mandatory language of the statute, we can only call a special election within that window, and the November election does not fall within that window. In his letters, the proponent's attorney argues that the restriction in 1405B is inconsistent with the legislature's intent, and therefore we should put this measure on the November ballot. However, when interpreting the law, the first thing that you look at is the plain language of the statute. The language in this case is clear and unambiguous, and so my recommendation is to follow the law as written. The proponent's attorney also argues that there used to be a provision in the elections code that would have allowed the city to place this on the November election, but that provision was deleted from the law in 2017. In my view, that does not help his argument. If the legislature wanted to expand the window for the time of special elections, they could have left that provision in. We can't just read that deleted language back into the statute. The proponent's attorney believed that the legislature made a mistake in deleting that provision, but we aren't allowed to simply ignore the laws that are on the books because we believe they're a mistake. If the legislature thinks they made a mistake, they should fix it. Until they do, however, we have to apply the law as written. Finally, in his most recent letter, the proponent's attorney argued that the county registrar of voters verify all 800, if the county registrar of voters had verified all 817 signatures on the petition, even though they weren't required to, and if it took the registrar of voters the full 30 business days they were allowed by law to verify all those signatures, and if, after receipt of all those signatures, we didn't put the petition on the next regular meeting, but instead carried it over because our election packet was complete, and if the council then ordered staff to prepare the impact report, and staff took the full 30 days to do so, then the petition would fall within the required window of time. None of that actually happened. I'm trying to apply the law here as it is written to the facts that have actually occurred. And based on that, it's my opinion that the law calls for the election to be held in March 2023. So when the registrar of voters brought us the petition, and I looked at it and looked at what election it should go on, and did the analysis. One of the first things I did is I contacted the proponent's attorney to discuss this and ask them for their position on this. They did give me their position. I invited them to write the letter, which they did, and they're here tonight to give you their perspective on this as well. I understand there's a lot of people in the community who are frustrated with this decision or my recommendation, and so you should listen to them and hear what they have to say. I am trying to analyze the law and apply it as it is written to the best of my ability. If you have concerns about my analysis, the proponent's attorney gave me more case law to support his position today. Despite our disagreement on this issue, I think we had a good and collegial relationship. It did nothing but professional through this whole process, and I appreciate your willingness to collaborate with me on this. If the council directs me to, I will go back and I will look at this issue further and do additional research. If it's your desire, in spite of my recommendation, that this go on the November ballot. I am not making any promises that I'll come to a different conclusion, but I'm willing to do that. So with all that, I wanted to give the council an initial opportunity to ask me the questions if you like, or we can just turn it over to the conversation.
Does anybody want to ask Stephen a question before we go to the leadership group? Okay, now we'll have the leadership group for Keep Winners Winners to come on up and let us know what they got.
Thank you, council. Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for giving us a little bit of extra time to explain our position tonight. We're going to be direct and we're going to be very clear. I begin by asking you a favor. Please, at the end of this public meeting, do not tell us that your hands are tied and you have no choice but to postpone this election for nearly 2 years. You have a choice. Our city attorney has found a clever way of making us wait until 2022, and he waited until the 11th hour to spring this on us. But you don't have to wait. You do have a choice. By law, you can adopt this measure tonight and spare your city 2 more agonizing years of debate. Keep Winters Winters. It's a great name for a great group of people. And we did the impossible. We did something that other citizens groups in California couldn't do this year. We found a way to collect 814 signatures on petitions. Think about that, 814. And our polling shows that had we been able to canvass the neighborhoods door to door, we would have presented you with 2,500 names. That's a majority of voters in this town. Good people, decent people, fair-minded people who simply want their voices heard. But since launching this campaign, these good people of Keep Winters Winters have been the subject of nothing but derision from City Hall. Councilmember Lauren wrote to a citizen this week saying KWW is trying to manipulate people with false information. With regard to the planning process, she dismissed the need for the initiative by saying, quote, if a development were to come before us, we could simply say no. Well, you could also simply say yes, and that's the point. On a matter so consequential, so monumental, so existential as doubling the size and population of our small town, the people are asking legally and politely to let us have the final say. That's called democracy. That's not called manipulation. The city manager, whose job it is to carry out the vision of the council, has attempted to derail this movement at every turn, and he's made it personal. He has suggested that Bob Polkinghorne was running KWW to fulfill his own desires. This is absurd. Everyone in this room knows that Bob is one of this town's most selfless, honorable men. The city manager called KWW his heartfelt people's movement, quote, the big lie, and jokes that our arguments are written in 8th grade language. But beyond the condescension, and more ominously,
He tells local business people terribly struggling that our initiative will be harmful to them, and should the north area not be developed as a whole, he cannot guarantee economic development in the city can go forward. He's going to stop looking for business if he doesn't get his way. Finally, our city manager has been scolded not once but twice for using public resources to take sides in an election which he is ethically not permitted to do. He is, of course, free to resign from office and campaign directly against KWW as a private citizen. That is his right. We the people, we played fair. We played by the rules. For the past 9 months, every one of you, accepted the fact that this election could be held concurrently with the election on November 3rd. Not one of you, not a one, either in public or in private, suggested that the next regular election must be 2022. And why is that? It's because the city attorney never advised you of his interpretation until days ago, only after our signatures were verified. That is not fair. By the way, it's not fair to you as his clients to have withheld that information from you until the last minute. But moreover, it is not fair to the people of this city. That's not how we do business in Winters. Now, as you heard earlier, you will have the option to order an impact study, a 9212 it's called. Its preparation will be overseen, perhaps even written by the city manager himself. Do you believe in your hearts it will tell you anything he has not already told you? Will it contain one single unbiased word about KWW? It has no force of law. It's meant simply to advise you. But you know these issues by heart already. We've briefed you on all of our positions. We've met personally to do so with most of you. So it will only delay this decision by another 30 days, at which time we will all return here, same time, same fire station, to do this again. And that's not fair. If you will permit me, I'd like to close with a quote. I believe we need a common cause to strengthen our sense of belonging. I will continue to listen to the community. You know who said that? You did, Councilmember Lauren, in your recent campaign. Thank you for listening to the needs of the city. Oh, here's another quote. My role is to represent the citizens and their needs. This is accomplished by listening to them. You know who said that? You did, Mayor Pro Tem Biasi. Thank you for listening. We voted for you. You vowed to listen to us. And so, we implore you, at the end of this hearing, with regard to the year 2022, I ask again, please don't tell us your hands are tied by the law. They are not. You can put this measure on the ballot where and when it belongs, and that is November 3rd. Or, knowing that it is certain to pass, and it will, you have another option, a better option, a cleaner option, and a safer option. Spare us an election and adopt this initiative tonight. You have that legal right. Adopt it tonight, return 10 days from now and sign the papers. The law says you can do that precisely. Either option will afford you the chance to do the right thing, the fair thing. Or you can plunge your city, your constituency, your voters, good and decent people of Winters, into 2 more years of waiting while City Hall demeans us for daring to take control of our own destiny. Please do the fair thing. To make the people of Winters wait nearly 2 years is not fair. Honorable members, your decision tonight will tell us everything we need to know about the way a council views its people.
Good evening, Mayor Collin and City Council members. My name is Pearl Perlmutter. I'm an attorney at Schumacher and Weinberger, and my firm drafted the initiative that's before you tonight. Your city attorney laid out the 3 options for you. I want to echo what Bill just said and urge you to adopt the initiative outright, which you can do either tonight or in 10 days if the city attorney comes back to the paperwork. I want to briefly explain some additional reasons why I think that is the right thing, the most effective thing, the most cost-effective thing for you to do. And then I want to speak a little bit about the elections code issues that your city attorney mentioned. So why should you adopt it tonight? and that's one thing I want to be clear on. You absolutely have the power to adopt it tonight or within 10 days from now. That's been part of our Constitution, a core part of the initiative power for over 100 years. And that's also the best way to respect the will of your own voters. Bill mentioned that 814 people signed the initiative. That's almost a quarter of all of your voters, and they did it in just over 4 weeks. I do this for a living, and you've got people have 180 days, 6 months to gather signatures. It's extraordinary to gather enough signatures in 4 weeks, and in the time of a pandemic that we haven't seen the likes of in at least a century, it's just truly extraordinary. I'm only aware of one other city in the entire state of California where the proponents managed to gather all of the signatures during the shelter in place. Some people were going to finish it up during shelter in place, but there's only one other city or county in the whole state that's done that. I've heard a lot of talks about the budget tonight. You, like every other city and county and state in the country, are struggling with budget issues. By far and away, the least expensive thing to do in light of the number of voters who urge you to do this is to adopt it outright. You don't have to pay for the cost of an election on this measure. You don't have to pay for the cost of an IB-212 report. You don't have to face any of the other associated costs. Now, some of you may have heard concerns or complaints about how urban growth boundaries work, or that they don't work, or that they're inflexible, or that they're too expensive. And I just want to tell you that's not true. My firm has drafted more urban growth boundaries than any other firm, possibly than every other firm in the state combined, and I've done it up and down the state over the last 25 years. The truth is just the opposite. It's the single most effective land use tool in California for preserving agricultural land and for encouraging smart economic growth in your downtown core. And that's the most cost-effective place to encourage growth, is in your downtown core. You're a special place, you know that far better than I do, and that resonates from your downtown core and the fact that you've got beautiful agricultural lands on the outside the city. This is a good way to preserve that. And I think the best example of it, certainly the most well-known in the world, is in Napa County, which 30 years ago did the same exact thing. It was an initiative my firm drafted. And it was also, all started out at a meeting like this. It was very controversial. The entire board of supervisors was against it. It was adopted. When it expired 20 years later, by that time, it had become like mom and apple pie in Napa County. It was a key to preserving that county's heritage. The board unanimously supported an extension of it. And so when you think about the issue before you tonight, you have the power to do something similar for the city of Orange. If you don't adopt the measure, if you don't, and I really urge that you do, for the reasons you've already heard, then I urge you to put it on the ballot at the next general election, which is November 3rd. And I know the city attorney, I know Ethan and I have gotten to know each other pretty well over the last couple of days, explained to you his reason why he doesn't think the November election is a regular election for you. I've got a lot of respect for your city attorney and for his firm. He did the right thing in reaching out to me, and I want to applaud him for that. He didn't have to do that. A lot of city attorneys I know would not have done that. I think it's the right thing for your city, and I really appreciate that. I just happen to see this issue a little differently for him, and I want to briefly explain why. I think the easiest way to look at this is to look no further than the definition of a general election under state law, and I quoted that in my letter. And state law makes perfectly clear that general election means this November. And specifically it means, and I'll bore you with just one legal quote, quote, an election held throughout the state on the first Tuesday after the first Monday of November and each even numbered year. That's what November 3rd is. It's the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November of an even numbered year. And holding, if you don't adopt it, putting it on the ballot, then it just makes common sense. I think it's fair to say that every person who signed the initiative petition, and I don't know what's in your minds, but I suspect that you too, that you assumed from the very beginning of this process that if this measure qualified in time, which it has, it would go on the November election. That assumption, it makes sense, and it's correct under the definition I just talked to you about. Now, I know the city attorney also spoke about the difference between a regular and special election, two other terms defined in the elections code. But the November election is also a regular election under its plain definition. And this definition is a little harder to follow. I'm going to break the rule I just said and read you again. A regular election is, quote, an election, the specific time for the holding of which is prescribed by law. The time for the November election is prescribed by law. It's set for a specific date. Now, I'll acknowledge the law governing special elections, which Ethan read from Government Code Section 1405, is much more complicated. I think in the light of the definitions I just read to you, for a general and special election, you don't need to go there. And then you certainly don't need to go there if you adopt the initiative outright, which you have the power to do. But if you do go to the definition of a special election, I want to explain why I think under that definition as well, I just disagree with the city attorney. I think you can get there. In 2017, the legislature amended the very piece of legislation that is in your staff report, Section 1405 of the Elections Code. And the entire purpose of that amendment, the entire purpose, and it's all over the legislative history, the entire purpose was to encourage more elections to be held on consolidated election dates in November and on the primary dates. And it was to eliminate the ability of special interests, and particularly initiative proponents using paid signature gatherers to force a special election. Why? Because special elections are usually held on a standalone date, like some random Tuesday in September or October, and it costs 10 or 20 or 50 times the cost of a regular election like November. And the turnout at those elections is tiny. So you get 10% of your voters if you're lucky. This November is the cheapest possible date to put this measure on the ballot. So it eliminates that high cost. And you're going to have the highest turnout probably than any of us have ever seen in our lifetimes at an election. So if you want high turnout at low cost, it's this November. Nothing else is even close. And your city attorney, he read to you, and this is one of the areas where I think we're having a friendly disagreement, that usually you look at the plain language of the statute, but not when it leads to observed results. You don't do that when it would lead to an observed result. And I want to give you an example of the most observed thing, and just bring it slightly different than the way your city attorney did. There's nothing misleading about what he said. I just look at it slightly differently. There were 814 signatures submitted on this initiative. The registrar, as is right, counted 500 and verified that there were enough to qualify for the ballot. That was his right. He didn't do anything improper. But if he had simply counted every last signature, there were over 300 that weren't counted, and taken the full 30 days allotted to him by law, we wouldn't be here tonight. It wouldn't be time yet. You wouldn't be able to have this meeting until July, your first meeting in July, on July 7th. At that point, if you would order the report that your staff is encouraging you to order, you'd be within the 88 and 103 day window. And you could put it, the attorney in this release agrees you can put it on in November. And so think about that. Because the registrar of voters did not use the full time allotted to him to count all the signatures, you're looking at the possibility of that fact and that fact alone prevents you from putting the measure on in November. And instead, you've got to wait 2 years of having all the folks in this room wondering what's going on, 2 years of uncertainty for everyone affected by the initiative. To me, that's the definition of observed. And the Supreme Court has said over and over again, when we look at a statute and it's going to lead to an observed result, it's going to mean a piece of legislation that was designed explicitly to eliminate special elections and encourage November elections, and you're going to be prohibited from doing that because the registrar of voters counted too quickly. That's absurd. It doesn't make sense. And I urge you, and I think you have the power to not read the statute that way. If you don't adopt the measure tonight, which I again, or 10 days, I urge you to ask your city attorney like he offered to take another look at it. I'm happy to work with them. The only other thing I wanted to say is about the litigation. You're in desperate financial straits. I know you are. I feel for you. I feel for my own city, my state, and my country. We're in a horrible situation. If I can do my own norm for a second, let put a step away from my firm's horn, we've drafted more land use measures by far and away than any other law firm in the state of California. And we've litigated over more, we've challenged more, and we've defended more. I've been at maybe 100 meetings like this. I've never, ever, in 100 of those meetings, seen anyone file suit against, after one of those meetings, file suit if they didn't have a high-priced attorney in a nicer tie and suit than me up at the podium having written a 50-page letter to the city council threatening to sue you. That didn't happen here, and it's highly unlikely to happen if someone was motivated enough to do that. That's not the way litigation of these measures works. So, no guarantees. It's a city's job to defend litigation, but it is highly, highly, highly unlikely that there's going to be any litigation over this issue. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Peter Hunter. I'm going to speak tonight with sort of a local perspective. You've already heard a lot of the legalese and all of that, and I just sort of wanted to bring this back. I want to talk to you tonight about what you should do and why. And this is about you and it's about your constituents. As Bill pointed out, if it weren't for the COVID-19 situation, we would have collected 1,500, 2,000 signatures. And that's a majority of the city voters right there. Okay, we feel firmly that that level of support exists in this community. How did we get the 1,814 signatures? Because neighbors, we're talking to neighbors, and the citizens wanted a way to have a voice in the future of this town. And that's important because those citizens are your constituents. Take a look at the audience and the number of people that came here. I don't know if you have a count of the number of people that are on Zoom right now, but this is an issue which strikes to the heart of the people of Winters. And you represent all of them. You were elected to listen to them and to act on their behalf. That's the essence of representative democracy. So the question you ask is, why did the citizens of Winters turn to the initiative process? Well, besides it being their constitutional right to do so, a lot of the citizens in this town have lost faith that the city listens to them. They've lost faith in the city government. They feel that deals and proposals are fashioned in private, and at some time down the road, those plans come into the public light. But by that time, the city government, your council, the planning commission, have been persuaded that the plan is good for the city. And it becomes increasingly difficult to change the direction of a plan when it's gotten to that point. And for any of you that are Star Trek fans, it reminds me of the saying of the Borg: resistance is futile. What's the evidence for this feeling that people have sort of lost faith? Well, I have to go back to that August 29th workshop that was held next door here. It was a standing room only crowd. Hundreds of people were there, or over 100 people were there. We listened to a 2-hour presentation of how the development process works. And then afterwards, we were given an opportunity to speak. Well, scores of people got up and voiced their dismay and disapproval of the North Area Plan. And it was a plan that was being talked about there. The council and the council and the planning commission up there, you dutifully listened to us. But all of the comments from those people, their names, were not included in the summary of that meeting. You wake up and think, God, was I there? Did it really happen? And unfortunately, this is not just an isolated instance. 30 years ago, I took an active part in the 1992 general plan discussion and process. And there's a group of us that, and there are many of you that are in the room tonight, took part of that process. And we disagreed with things that were being proposed in the general plan, and we objected to them, and we provided alternatives to them. And the council at that time, and the planning commission at that time, sat up there and listened to us. And in the end, though, they just went ahead and did what the then city manager bade them to do. And we walked away heartbroken at that. So just to talk a little bit about the birth of this initiative. You know, the frustration of the citizens after that August 29th meeting was palpable. But it still took us months to come to the conclusion that an initiative was really the only viable long-term solution to protect our town. But we did not want to hog-tie the city. So what we did is we hired a law firm that was expert in this field. They have written many, as you just heard, urban growth boundary initiatives. They knew what worked and what didn't work. And despite the complicated nature of the ballot summary that was presented as part of the petition, our initiative really has only just 4 points. They're real simple. 1, it places no restriction on development within the city limits. No restrictions. 2nd, it allows any public facilities that you want to be built on the outside of the urban growth boundary without citizen vote. Public facilities are okay. 3rd, private development outside the city boundary has to go to a vote of the people. Okay? And 4th, if you somehow, you'd be the only jurisdiction in the state found that an urban growth boundary was unworkable here, you could revoke it, you could amend it with a majority vote of the people. The trick here is that you, as a council, as city government, have, and if it's a development project that comes along, in conjunction with the developer, you've got to make a convincing argument that it's for the good, the overall good of the city. Okay? 4 simple points, only 2 of which involve citizen votes. The other 2 just state that you can do anything you want within the city bounds, and you can build any public facilities you want outside the city bounds. It's only private development and amending the initiative that requires citizen votes. Now, it took 12 legal-sized pieces of paper to communicate that, but then again, that's what we pay lawyers for. You know, urban growth boundaries are not unusual. They are unusual to winters. 10 years ago, stoplights were unusual to winters. A year ago, a traffic circle was unusual to winters. But there are 63 communities in California that have urban growth boundaries. And the sky has not fallen on them. And in fact, those that have come up, those ordinances that establish the urban growth boundaries, when they come up for renewal, often it's the councils that initially opposed them have seen the value of them, and they have voted to extend them. The other ones were extended by a vote of the people. None of the urban growth boundary ordinances in the state have ever been extinguished. There's not been a successful legal challenge taken. So finally here, council members, it's up to you. I and all of your constituents that are present here tonight urge you to listen to them, your constituents. Urge you to represent what they want. And they're asking you to adopt this initiative tonight. Given that demonstrated community support, you know, if we had gotten, without COVID, if we had gotten 1,500, 2,000 signatures, that's your majority vote right there, okay? So waiting for an election to pass an initiative which will most certainly pass is, it's a waste of time and a waste of scarce resources that the city is facing right now. So let's get on with the business of bringing Winters back from the economic ravages of COVID-19. Spend your time and your resources and your energy on supporting businesses, planning for low-income housing on the 300 acres of available infill land that we have. But more importantly, I think restore the confidence and the trust in the council of your constituents. Show them that you are willing to listen to them and take their concerns to heart. And I have no doubt that with the trust and support of the citizens of Winters, there is absolutely nothing that this council cannot achieve now and for generations to come. Thank you.
Mr. Bolton, I don't think they left you much time, buddy.
They did. First off, my mistake on saying to you that I thought we could do it in 15 minutes. I apologize. I'm sure as a council you've had similar times when you thought you had a certain amount of time that just went longer. I want to just turn first back here. Thank you for sitting on these hard chairs, sitting in this room, bearing with the process of the budget, the whole deal. Thank you. And I will keep my comments brief, more brief than I had intended, simply because you've heard it. My colleagues did a beautiful job of saying what needed to be said. They spoke from their hearts, they spoke their truth, and it's up to you. We understand that, and we accept that. And we hope you give us a fair shake. That's what we deserve, and that is what we want. I'll just say a few comments, and then I'll step back and allow the people to speak. The initiative gives to voters, your fellow citizens, the very same authority that each of you have. And that is to approve or not any plan to build outside the city. That's the very same right that you have. And if I understand it, you want to deny them that right. How does that square? Can you make sense of that? I've tried to make sense of that ever since this whole deal started. I can't figure it out. Maybe you can tell us tonight just exactly how that works. And these people can't figure that out either. You have a right. They put you in office. They gave you a right. They have now, through the constitutionally approved process, they want that right. They're entitled to that right to the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of California. And you want to say, no, we don't want to give them that right. We'll take it. I hope you can explain that to the people. It's really not too much to ask, quite frankly. I want to say that when we went to collect signatures across town, and I say we, I mean these guys collected signatures across town. They were able to connect to a broad, wide spectrum of this citizenry. In the early days of KWW, many of you considered this an outsider group, newbies, outsiders, etc. Not the case. If you only knew who all the circulators were, if you wanted me to give you their names, I'll give you their names with their permission. These are not outsiders. These are not newbies. These are not nobodies. These are the people who helped make Winters. Okay? The people who helped make Winters collected signatures to put on this ballot, to put this ballot on in November. They're seniors, retired people, Latinos, business owners, teachers, farm workers, working folks. They signed the petitions. We were extremely impressed, by the way, with the number of young families, not people who've been around town like many of us, for years and years, young families who joined our cause. All of them signed on with the idea that they could have a say of how their community develops in the future. And their eyes were not on themselves, and they were not on you, and they were not on me. Their eyes were on their children and the kind of town their children will inherit. And they wanted, as parents, to have a voice about that. They demand a voice. And it's not input, and it's not community engagement. It's a vote. It's a vote. And that's what this democratic society is about. It's about voting. That's why you're here tonight, because you were voted in by the very people who support this initiative. You've already heard that, I want to say that there's been dozens of urban growth boundaries throughout the state, dozens. 63 in Northern California alone, 63. None has gone bankrupt. None of them. Not one has been sued because they established an urban growth boundary. That litigation fund is pure nonsense. And when you were asked what it was for, every one of you sat there dumbfounded, no answer. Finally, somebody weakly said, Ethan? And Ethan answered for you. Isn't that shameful? That's shameful. That you don't even know why the $250,000 litigation fund was put in play. You couldn't answer. You had to go to Ethan. And he told you he doesn't even think there's a purpose for it. If you could take it down into plain English. Some of the cities that have urban growth boundaries include Nevada, Watsonville, Gilroy, virtually every city in Sonoma and Ventura counties, as well as counties of Solano and Napa. Urban growth boundaries have encouraged infill development, protected agricultural lands, and contained urban sprawl. Davis. We're not Davis. Nobody here thinks we're Davis. But they are an example of an urban growth boundary. Did they go bankrupt? You ever been to Davis before COVID? Did they look bankrupt? They also had developers propose plans. They proposed plans to build outside the urban growth boundary of Davis. 5 times they proposed. 5. 3 turned down. But 2 were approved. Why? Because that plan met the standard of the community and they voted it in. The people voted it in. They work. Urban growth boundaries work. They bring us together. What's on the line tonight is this initiative, and we want you to adopt it tonight or put it on the November ballot. That's on the line. And the people have spoken, and they should not be denied, not one bit. But there's something more important that's on the line, far more important, believe it or not, than the initiative and the people who want their voice heard, and that is your integrity. That's on the line. Your words to these voters when you ran for office, those are on the line. The trust these people place in you, that's on the line. And that cannot be reclaimed. It will not be reclaimed. No matter how many questions you ask of us, the bottom line is these people want this initiative on the ballot or adopted tonight. And you can say the sky is falling, and you just can't do it. But God help you, because with that kind of talk, you lose 2 things you can't recapture: integrity and trust. And if you lose that, God help you. So all I can say in closing is the people have spoken. But please remember, as you make your decisions tonight, what's really at stake when you consider how you will answer these people and the 814 who signed the petition. How will you answer them? That's the question. Thank you.
Okay. We're gonna move on to the public comments, and we're gonna start with, first of all, I get these names wrong. Sorry about that, but Kayla Guerrero.
Hi, I'm Kayla Guerrero. They spoke about young families that came to sign these petitions. I come from both sides of Winters. I come from the side that has been here for as long as I can remember, and I came from a side that, moved here back in the late 80s. And I see both sides of, we all just want what's best for this city, and it doesn't mean that we never want to grow. It doesn't mean that we never want to add to this city. In my almost 28 years here, I've seen so many people come to the city and add great things to it. But we want to say and how that happens and when that happens. And, I will be the first to admit I am not an expert in some of this stuff. It's hard for me to understand. I'm trying to learn. But I can see when there's a proposed development that would double our city, but no proposal to add resources to this city, it just doesn't make any sense to me. And I support this initiative. I urge you guys to adopt it tonight. Like they said, so many people believe in this. I'm trying to urge my young friends to get in here and show that so many people do believe this. We really hope you guys adopt it tonight. Thank you for your time and everything you do for the city.
Thank you. Okay. Please hold the applause. Woody, Friday.
And thank you for your service, and Wade, I want to thank you for conducting this in a fair and open way. Some people say that local government is the lowest rung on the ladder, but it is the most direct, and I think it's the strongest connection that a city council member has with their constituents. This may seem like a really tough decision that you're in. I've been in your seats, as you know, and it may feel like, a win, lose. I think there's a third way. I think that one option that you might have is to study this, and I would suggest that you sit down with, the next 30 days that you might adopt a study period, sit down with the leadership of the Keep Winters Winners, and forge out some things that will convince them that you plan to approach development in a way that's cautious and careful, and include them maybe in some committees or maybe some kind of study group, and forge out some kind of compromise that's going to work and adopt that. That would, these people are not slouches. They worked on this and they've done a great job, it seems to me, of putting together this initiative, and the number of people that have signed it. I don't know about you, but I think about 800 votes is about as many as I ever got. I think, Bill, you got 9 or something hundred, but,
We got over 1,000.
really? Oh, okay. Well, I'm a slouch, but I think that we are in unusual times. And I think we have an opportunity to take a third way here. Let's use the study period to sit down with the leadership of the Keep Winters Winners, forge out an agreement, and come back and adopt something that's going to satisfy what you feel is going to be fair. And again, I thank you for your work. It's not easy. Thanks.
Thank you, Woody. Chris Turkovich.
Chris Turkovich, 636 Foxglove Circle. So I can agree with Woody there. I think a 30-day analysis of this proposal would be beneficial, but not sufficient enough to understand the impacts or the debate these issues that are involved here. I've previously written a letter that you've all received, as well as the leadership of Keep Winners Winners, which shares some but not all of my concerns with this initiative. There are many issues here to discuss that are not addressed in the initiative itself. I cannot believe this initiative would be seriously considered for adoption here today. What I'd like to say to the City Council is do not accept this initiative as written today. What I would like to say to the Keep Winners Winners leadership is you have not convinced me that this is good for winners. We are a city of many, and this initiative has been crafted by just a few and in a short period of time. There are many holes and assumptions in the text, and I would say to you, keep working, keep the energy going. Let's take more than 30 days to take this analysis and debate and dive into the details. If it takes your leadership to run for City Council, do so. And I hope we can bring something back to this council in the future that we can all rally behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Okay. This is, I think Pam Sheeline.
Pam Sheeline, 101 Woodward Report. I sent you all an email expressing my urging you to vote for to place this initiative on the ballot in November. However, with the report from the City Council, which I have to say was kind of like, if I put this in eloquently, a soccer punch out of nowhere after we had been led to believe that this would be on the ballot. And just hearing about this now or a couple days ago was a real surprise. So I urge you, because your job is to represent the interests of your constituents, and you have a lot of constituents here, and 814 have put their names on the initiative, to approve this initiative tonight. I think we're looking for leadership, we're looking for a voice from our council, and I hope you will provide that. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Peter Spar, SPHR.
So one thing I'd like to say is I'm glad I'm not sitting in your seats tonight. So whatever they pay you, it's not enough. And I'd really like to thank you for your time and effort. And that being said, I'd like to share 3 things with you. And the first is one of the sayings that I learned a long time ago. And that's just because you can doesn't mean you should. So what I'm referring to is delaying the election until March 2022. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. And on the second point of it, the other thing I like to talk to you about is cowboy math. And cowboy math comes from somebody sitting at a bar, let's say the Buckhorn. The guy has his napkin out, and he's saying, I've got 100 steers, and they're gonna sell for $200, and that's $2,000, all written down. Well, my cowboy math says 814 voters, you guys better pass this. It's cowboy math. It's real simple. You go down to Buckhorn, I'll buy you a drink, and we'll write it out, okay? When they open up. Finally, I want to say to you that the derision in this community is heightened. You have people up here that are infuriated. I mean, I know Bob very well, and when he talks like that, he is worked up, okay? And Bob doesn't get worked up easily. Bob is one of the nicest men that I know. So if you want to build a community and make it greater, especially after you see what your budget is, then you cannot disenfranchise everybody. And if you don't go ahead and say, we're going to vote November because that's what the people want, what you're doing is telling your voters is we're disenfranchising you because we don't care what you say. So thank you for your time. And like I said, anytime you want to do some cowboy math, I'm open, just let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Don Jordan. Pass? Okay. Jeff Tempest.
Jeff Tempest, 24 East Main Street. And I think we're all here tonight because at one point in time, not so long ago, there was some runaway actions by city staff that would have led us down the road to a doubling in the size of Winters. And I don't think even most of the city council knew what was going on. You, the council, would have been coached along the way, led along, and we would have reached the point where you would have been told, there's no turning back. And we would have had a doubling of the size of Winters, just, that was the road we were on. If some people hadn't stepped in and still, and got the story out there. So, I believe, in fact, I hope that a lot of you are relieved that this came to light and that this was made that this was brought forward. So we live in a great town. And we the people here want to stay in what happens to this town. And I think most people are saying we don't want to see a doubling of the size of this town. We've got a lot of land already ready for development. We've got about 800 some houses in the pipeline. We've got a lot of acres that are already, available for expansion. So we do not need more expansion. We can stick with our urban growth boundary. So I hope that you will support democracy in action. I hope that you'll vote for a solution that will get us to a vote sooner than later. I don't want to see this drag on. I hope you don't want to see this drag on. So thank you for your service. Please support democratic action here by the people of Winters in the best way that you can.
Thank you, Jeff. Sally Brown.
Sally Brown again, 24 East Main Street. I'll just cut to the chase. You know that everybody sitting here would like for you to vote tonight to adopt this measure. But maybe you want to be sure that a majority of Winters voters agree with the sentiment. 814, I think we would have probably gotten to the 2,000 votes if we could, but maybe you do want it to go to a ballot measure. So in that case, I'm really urging you to put this measure on the November 2020 ballot, as everybody that signed the petition was under the understanding that that's where we were going. You understood at City Hall that we were engaged in this initiative. There was nothing secret about it. Ethan helped write the language that is the ballot initiative. Wasn't it your duty to provide clarity to the Keep Winters group as to the exact number of days prior to the election of I don't think that anybody knew, as Pam said, this was like a sucker punch to get this in the past couple of days, that magically we didn't fall within there. So surely, if there is a will, there is a way for us to find a solution to put this on the November ballot, and I have two possibilities for you to consider. The first is you could allow the Keep Winters group to temporarily withdraw the ballot and resubmit it, the measure, and resubmit it within that magic window of not less than 88 days and no more than 103 days before the November election. Certainly, there's the ability to do that. Second, you can turn this in from a citizens initiative into a council resolution. And you yourselves can put this to vote on the November ballot. You do not need to wait for the next municipal election to do this. The Fairfield City Council put their land preserve that required a general plan amendment. It was called Measure T. They passed a council resolution and they put it on the November 2016 election ballot. That was the presidential election, not their municipal ballot. That was the next general, and they had the ability to do that, and so do you. So if there is a will, there is a way. I have offered you 3 solutions. Either vote tonight, give them the opportunity to rescind that and resubmit it when it's within that window of opportunity, or just simply make this a council resolution and put it on the ballot like we all knew it was supposed to be. Thank you.
Okay. Susan Hamilton.
Susan Hamilton, 2727 County Road, 87, 27270. I'm here to put in a plug for farmers. We're currently sinking our well down yet again, tens of thousands of dollars. We just did it recently. That development is going to go in on our water table. It's potentially going to drive us out of business. Early on, John made the kind of shocking statement that winners did not get money from ag. I'd like to point out the businesses and winners that rely on ag. All the restaurants in town, the brewery, the wineries, the meat market, the coffee shops, the supermarkets, even the snacks in the gas station, which generate them a huge part of their revenue, relies on agriculture. So to simply say, we need to grow because we need money, our ag land is not that important, that's not fair. And I'm asking you, there's 5 of you, there's hundreds, potentially thousands of people in this town that want the ability to vote on how their town grows. I'm asking you to allow them to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Davis.
Michael Rivas, 706 Foxglove Circle. First of all, I'd like to apologize with 5 of you up there because I thought that was very disrespectful of Bob and Bill to question their integrity. I just got off the school board after 9 years. I know what it's like being up there, sit down there, and you don't deserve that disrespect. So I want to like to apologize for him. You're rude. You're rude. Just like to remind the council that you represent the town of Winters, which is more than the 300 some voters. It's 7,000 people that you represent for this district, for the town. It's not just a small 8 or 1,000 or 2,000. It's 7,000 individuals. Now, I recall when I first started here in 1988, working on the general plan with Perry Dad, Merrill and company. It took us 5 years to get through this general plan. 5 years. We had maybe 50, 60 public meetings for the public to come out and talk about the general plan and what it meant to them. We spent millions of dollars going through all the engineering, the infrastructure plans in order to adopt that general plan. 5 years ago. And I'm sitting here listening to this tonight, and they want to blow up the general plan and just say, hey, just put it in. I'm thinking, well, what the heck happens to all that infrastructure that we designed in order to deal with this? What happens? They're talking about moving some of the growth to the north, and I agree with smart growth. I agree with them. I think it would be nice if we could take 300 or 400 people and bring it into the downtown. If you think we have a parking problem now, just see what happens when we bring 400 more people into the downtown residents. 30 days to just do an impact. You can't, it's going to take more than 30 days just to identify everything that we would have to study and what impacts are going to be on this community. I'm just blown away. And talk about fair. They want to just get this right now, force you to vote it. What about the rest of us residents? I just heard about this 2 weeks ago because I kind of was busy trying to keep something alive in the downtown. And this happened while we were all trying to deal with the COVID. And to me, it's just a little unfair for them to say that you're not being fair because you want it on the ballot immediately. This is huge. The impacts are going to be huge to this community by just blowing up the general plan. So I would recommend, if anything, if we're going to put on the ballot, put on the ballot in 2 years from now, and let's go through and talk about all the impacts and what it's going to really do as far as the effects that it's going to have on this community. Because there's more than just 8 or 2,000 people that live here. It's going to affect all of us, all the businesses downtown, everything. So, wow, they got 15 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. Joel Kling.
Yeah, I got mine. Joel Kling, 307 Main Street. Thank you, council and mayor, for allowing us this time. To my knowledge, this isn't about blowing up the plan. This isn't about taking what's written and taking it out of existence and actually rewriting any of that. I think all we're wanting is simply to have a say in what's going to be happening in zones that are just tentative or thought of. And if there's plans that exist that we don't know about, that aren't on these maps, because that's what it sounds like. Now there's new things that I think are under threat by this initiative, which is not the case. I don't think we're aiming to threaten anyone. I think all we request is that we have a voice, and that you guys listen to what the citizens actually want. And maybe the citizens idealize what we have, but I think that's a beautiful thing. I think it's a highly underrated barometer measure in terms of the success of the town which its citizens idealize what they have. And maybe that vote, if given, doesn't suit every one of us, but that's democracy, right? And at least the citizens will live with their choices. And that's all we want. We want choices. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Craig McNamara.
Mayor Cowan and fellow council members, I have known one of you for over 40 years and some of you for just a few years. I have the deepest respect for you, for your commitment to the city and to this community. As a farmer, I want to remind you that one of the premier farm organizations in the United States, the American Farmland Trust, has done a great deal of research and has indicated that 1 acre of farmland, when converted to homes and houses, creates 70 times more greenhouse gases. So as we think about our future, let's think about this beloved resource that so many of us have depended upon and will continue to depend on. It was mentioned that Perry Beck was our city manager. I remember Perry Beck. Perry Beck said there would be no more farming here in 25 years. Perry was wrong because you, all of us, have created this amazing environment. And guess what? People want to be here. They want to come because of what we have. Mayor, you opened up our evening by saying, I think you said, correct me if I'm wrong, this is the People's Council. You are the People's Council. We are the people. You hear our voice. This is not new. You've done an amazing job. Adopt the initiative, your initiative tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anthony Gale.
Good evening. I want to start by saying thank you for setting all of this up so we could be here. I know this is no trivial thing, so I really appreciate that. Thank you. I'm here mostly because I'm really scared that our voices are going to be delayed. We have followed the process, and I'm just asking that you give the people a timely voice, and that's why I'm here. Please put it on the ballot in 2020. It's not even about yes or no. It's about giving people the choice to decide. And that's what it's really about for me. So thank you very much.
Thank you. David Springer.
David Springer, 200 McGrone Court.
Mayor Cowan and the city council persons. You know, you've heard there's clearly enough votes to pass this initiative. That's not an issue. And to avoid months of possible, you know, possibly nearly 2 years of tension between the citizens and City Hall, and expenditure of City Hall staff time and money, I urge you to adopt the initiative language tonight. I think Sally Brown provided some good alternatives to that, but why delay it? In a document I emailed to you, I listed 4 compelling reasons why you should support an urban limit line that can be altered by the voters, and I'll summarize them again. First, we need to retain the character of the city and the vitality of the downtown core by metering growth so that we don't overwhelm its ability to adapt to the changes. It's that character that draws out-of-towners to spend money here and makes an enjoyable destination for us as well. Second, converting productive ag land to housing is a bad idea. California lost about 1.3 million acres of agricultural land to development between 1992 and 2012 while adding 22% of its population. That's not sustainable. We need food to support the population. California is responsible for 1/8 of U.S. farm production. That's significant. And farms provide local jobs. Winters has been and should continue to be grounded in agriculture. Speaking of which, this is the first year in 20 years that we've been living here that our tomatoes survived the winter. My third point is that climate change is real and continues to heat up the planet. Scientists are beating us over the head with this information, and we need to pay attention. There aren't enough local jobs for residents of the urban sprawl envisioned by developers, and these commuters will get in line with freeways, burn fuel, and generate more carbon. My fourth and last point relates to economic development. Last February, I attended a presentation by Joe Minicozy. He's a local government consultant, local government commission consultant. And I sent out invitations to all of you, and I think none of you attended, but he uses GIS mapping to compare tax revenue to expenses, and he's done it for numerous cities, both inside the US and outside. And his conclusion is always the same, that residential development and even big box stores generate a minuscule amount of tax revenue per acre compared to downtown businesses. It only takes 1 generation for the cost of to maintain streets and sewer and water systems and sidewalks and new development to exceed tax revenues. On the other hand, existing core area buildings can generate millions on fractions of an acre, as shown in his presentation. Planning around that is the answer to a thriving city economy. So I urge you to vote to adopt the initiative language tonight or soon, and save yourself and staff some time that a protracted delay will consume. And I also appreciate your service to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. John Mark Leininger.
My wife and I are deeply concerned about the actions of Winter City Attorney, Mr. Walsh, on behalf of the City of Winters regarding delayed placement of the initiative measure from the November 3rd, 2020 ballot to March 2022 as the city's next regularly scheduled municipal election. In the spirit of true democracy, your constituency gathered more than double the needed signature to place this initiative on the November 3rd ballot. 814 collected and validated signature letters. Using a slick legal interpretation, the city is seeking to prevent a timely opportunity for the people of Winters to vote on this initiative. It is obvious that much could be done and approved before March 2022. The people of Winters use the appropriate process to request the opportunity to vote on November 3rd. They have done their work respectfully and democratically. Now it is time for you to do your job and make sure the democratic process is followed in a timely fashion. Please respect your constituents and either uphold placement of the initiative on the November 3rd ballot or simply adopt it outright. Remember, this is not about whether Winters changes its boundaries or whether or not the city population increases. It is about giving the people of Winters an opportunity to vote on how its boundaries and potential growth may change. Many thanks for your service to the city of Winters and your hard work towards keeping our wonderful general place an extraordinary place to live, work, and play. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam Lester.
Good evening. It's been a long evening for you guys. We'll get through this. Hello, my name is Sam Lester. I've been a Winters resident since 1974. When I purchased my farm, for over 45 years, Winters is where I lived, worked, got married, raised my family, worshiped, farmed, and provided jobs for countless people. My heart is in here in Winters. I'm asking you, the city council, tonight to accept this initiative as written, without putting taxpayers through the expense of an election. We just went through your budget, and obviously there's not a lot more money to spend. With over 800 ballot signatures collected during the pandemic, which is double the required number to qualify for the ballot, it is very obvious that this initiative will pass no matter when it is placed before the voters. The city attorney has found a very clever loophole that the city manager is asking for all of you to consider tonight. I'm asking you instead to listen to your community and to the voters. Pass this initiative tonight without further ado. The citizens of Winters all need to be heard, all need to be heard and represented. It is your job as elected council members to abide by the will of your voters and pass this initiative tonight. Farming and growing food is what Winters has been built upon. Growing houses came much later. If you are truly sincere about supporting agriculture and preserving our precious, irreplaceable farming, then you will pass this initiative tonight. This initiative will help preserve one of our most precious commodities, farmland, for countless generations after us. Do what the voters and the people of the great Winters community want you to do. Pass this initiative tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Sarah Sherwood.
Hello, I'm Sarah Shirley, I live at 415 Baker. Thank you so much for hosting this meeting. I really appreciate that we are going to stick to the spirit of democracy here. The lawyer of the city has suggested that we stick to the letter of the law instead of abiding by the spirit of the law. To me, that doesn't seem quite right. The people have spoken. We have spoken unequivocally. We did it democratically, we got our signatures, and we would like our voices to be heard. As you say so often, Jesse, Winters is the center of the universe. What we do here tonight will help ensure that democracy thrives in America. We all know it's in danger. We can help set a really good grassroots example. And I think that's what we should do. Either adopt it outright tonight or put it on a vote in the November 2020 election. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Sarah. Denise Cottrell.
Denise Cottrell, 210 Main Street. I had a little thing I'd written, but everybody's tired, I think, and I don't know how many people are waiting to speak on Zoom. And I just wanted to say that I agree with the woman that just spoke, that we need to we hope that you would at least adopt this tonight, or at least follow the democratic process and give us the right to vote in November on this initiative. I appreciate your time, and I'll just send you what I wrote. It's all about civics class. Okay. Bye.
Thank you. Lisa Gorski.
Lisa Gorski, 11 Apple Street. Mayor and Council, I would thank you for the time to speak and thank you for your service. I'm not one of the lucky ones who are native or long-timers here at Winters. I'm a relative newcomer, thankful to have found my way to this very special town. I'm attending this meeting in person tonight as a representative of my family, the Gorski family, to voice our concerns for the opposition to the democratic process to put the Keep Winters initiative on the ballot this November 2020. I am not anti-development. I can tell you that our family is committed to making Winters a better place in any way we can. As an interested citizen, I do follow the city council meetings, and I have to say that I do not have clarity on the city's development plan. There's a lot of work that's been put into it, but there's also a lot of rumor and uncertainty. And I know I'm not alone. I'm talking to my neighbors and other citizens within the community. Every city is challenged by the tension of managing growth and its impact on the community and our state of life here. I've had the opportunity to live in many places in California and in the Northwest, and I've seen good development and not so good. I think folks need to realize that we're not voting here or urging the council to make a decision about that development. What we're asking for is for you to please respect the democratic process. And there's no more important time than what we're facing, not only in Winters, in California, but in our country right now, for you to be role models to the adults, the children, and the future generations. The decisions you make will have long-lasting impact. You know, you're dealing with another tension, and that's pretty evident here this evening. It's a tension between council power and the trust of your citizens and the democratic process. I wouldn't be surprised that in your inbox, as soon as tonight, you'll be receiving emails from parents of young children, of sons and daughters of elderly senior citizens, who will be shocked and appalled to hear that you carved out $250,000 out of the budget, sacrificing the community pool, senior center, library for a potential lawsuit. That is a signal to the community that you have drawn your sword and you're ready to have a fight against a democratic process with a significant number of votes that illustrate this is what the choice of the people is. So council, I urge you to listen to the people of our community who are invested emotionally and financially in Winters. Allow them the opportunity to evaluate the trade-offs of development and growth for today and for future generations, and allow them to vote on this issue in November 2020.
Thank you,
Thank
Lisa.
you.
We're gonna take a quick 5-minute break. It's been 3 hours, and we'll take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll get back at it.
Hello, is Nancy Goldie still here? Oh,
other people coming out for this.
I know. I put it on when I sneeze. Oh, that's good. John. No. Hey, Tina, I like your dress. Thank me for this. So I'll check in the shirt. Who's more right? Oh, there's one.
They're here, and
I know, how that worked out. Or him and White or something.
Hey, trouble? You got a beer over there? No. Yeah, he's taking me a beer. Yeah. I'm just sitting there. Well, this has been eventful. Well, I know. I'm like, okay, okay. Are you working? Yeah. I'm still doing research on what we see, like, good. I got to do another experiment and write it up. You're not putting on sideline because of COVID, you're actually able to do the work? So I was, kind of 2 months, actually, for about 2 months, I was at home doing like a bunch of writing and editing and like wrote some grant proposals and stuff. Yeah. It was good. But then when I got my research approved, phase plan, basically like super low density. Yeah. Like we have 2 labs, and like one of them is working there on new programs. So they were like looking for one person, 250 square feet, and I have 400. Yeah. So my research is going through. So I'm actually trying to start like right now. Nice. Yeah, so it's good. But it's also, I'm like, oh god, now I gotta go back to work the other night. Dude, bicycling. No, I was just going to put my car inside. Are you serious? Really? Oh, yeah, dude, it was great. Right. I know, right? Yeah. You can do that too. No, I can't. I got out of high school. Did you graduate? Yeah. Oh, that's really great.
Okay, online ceremony tomorrow. Again, so everybody can take your seats.
They actually walked across the stage yesterday. That's awesome. Well, it's good. All right, adios. Yeah. Oh, you're leaving, are you? I'll stay here.
Okay. We're gonna get back to it. Try to get through this by midnight here. Okay, Nora Carey.
Nora Carey, 213 Main Street. I grew up here, I'm raising my family here, and I'm a downtown business owner here. I just wanted to say, regardless of our politics, I think we can all agree that on the national level, there's been a lot of duplicitous backdoor deals and rampant spread of disinformation. And I think we can also agree that we live here in this town because that's not how things work. I chose to come back and raise my family here because it's an honest, open, safe, diverse place where people feel comfortable sharing their opinions. And with that, now is the time for the city council to make the honest, open, transparent, legitimate choice to give the citizens a vote on this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Russell Rodriguez. Going once. Don. Albert Vallecito.
Good evening, council. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to council, staff for guiding the community through COVID. We're still in the midst of it, but thank you for making Winters a safe place it has been. So thank you for that. And I'll probably skip a lot of what I have written here because other people have said it. Thank you. Yeah, I know, you want to go home, I want to go home, we all want to go home. But one thing I would like to point out to you is that the past election cycle since 2014, including 2016 and 2018, only one out of you who were candidates, 13 candidates over that time, only one of you received over 800 votes. One. Everyone else, 50 to 100 below that. And only one person in 2016 who got over 900 votes. And then in this last election cycle, 2 of you were over 1,000, which reflects that the city is growing. We have more voters, and more people are voting, because 2,800 people voted. So I just want to point that out to you. So when 814 people sign a petition in the middle of a pandemic, they're serious about what they're doing, as were the people who were collecting these petitions. And as Mr. Polkenhorn said earlier, there were a lot of people collecting petitions the way we went about it. We worked hard. So, and other people worked hard. And sort of just to close, sort of going back to something that was discussed during the economic portion of the presentation. Over a year ago, the EDAC made some recommendations about changes to the general plan. Well, here we are, working 15 months later, and nothing has come of those general plan amendments to change some of the commercial planning in the North area. And I just want to add to that. KWW is here to stay. And I know that in its membership, people are willing to join with you and to work to make and keep Winters a viable place and to be able to improve the economic circumstances here for more businesses to be here and for jobs to be created here. That's what I've heard since I became involved in city government here, which goes back 3 decades, 4 decades. And it's always been about the economic development and creating jobs. So for over 40 years, I've been hearing that. And last year when the EDAC was discussed and the planning changes that were discussed there, I thought those would be coming. And so KWW would be willing to work with the city to sort of begin to implement some of those things. So the decision before you tonight is important, and I ask you to treat your community members and your constituency submitting this initiative with just for the best.
Thank you, Al.
Thank you.
Gregory Landern. Okay. Emery.
I'm taking this off because I'm hot and we've been here for a very long time. I didn't think I was gonna get up here and speak, and, the stuff I'm going to say is exactly what everybody else has been saying. This whole meeting is not even about what KWW stands for at this point. It's that everybody was under the assumption that we were working towards something that would be on a November ballot. You all knew that, and we knew that. I work with all of you on a weekly and sometimes daily basis. I know that you are honorable people. It's disheartening to think that everybody now is on board, that you're gonna rip, I'm horrible, the carpet out from underneath us. My husband always makes fun of me that I can never get the analogy. What is it? Yeah. Once it's on the ballot, it does not mean that it's going to pass. At that point, if people then are against KWW, they can then start their own campaign and say, we don't want this to pass because X, Y, and Z. But at least let it get there. Why are we going to try and push this to March? That just sounds crazy. We've already been here how many hours? You need all 814 people to get up here and all say the exact same thing? I mean, at the rate we're going, that sort of feels like what we're gonna do. There's also, I can't tell you the amount of people who didn't sign that I directly talked to who were not comfortable signing because of the relationships they have with the city, the businesses that they own, and what they're doing, and that they didn't feel comfortable putting their names out there. That is not fair. So I know that there's more people out there who believe this, and they will absolutely vote for it because you won't know their names. Wait, come on, help me out here.
Stick around for the other side of the story.
There's always another side of the story, but you guys knew what was happening. Never at that point. I haven't had at one point somebody say, anybody from up here, say, Emery, I want to sit down with you, and I want to sit down with Bob, and I want to give you the other side of the story. And how many months? Nobody has said that to me. Thank you for everything you do. I know this job sucks. My job sucks right now. The last 3 months have sucked so bad. Everything that's going on in the world right now sucks. Let's do the right thing, please.
Thank you. Sonia Cadenas.
So Nicodemus, 221 Lane. I'm not gonna reread my email because it basically reiterates everything that everyone has said. But I will just read the last part. That the council, Ethan Walsh's recommendation that the council can decide to put the initiative on the ballot in 2022 is outrageous. The community has spoken. More than enough signatures were collected to get the initiative on the ballot this November. Delaying the vote for 2022 is a gross manipulation and an attempt to suppress the democratic process. At this time, honestly, when it seems like our whole democracy is unraveling, let's work to strengthen it and not take action that further erodes it. I ask that you adopt the initiative based on the high level of community support that already is proven to have, or at the very least ensure that it's on the ballot this November.
Thank you. Ellie Bateman.
And I'm sorry, I wanted to say thank you also because this is just such an intense, crazy time, and I really appreciate your leadership through all of it. It's a hard job.
Ellie Yateman, 209 Abbey Street. I hate conflict and I hate having to get up here, but I have been called anti-city council and no growth. I'm not anti-city council and I'm not no growth. I voted for all of you. Some of you more than once. And I do trust you. And I like you all. This is simply about, I want a say in how this city grows. That's all it is. And I know there's always another side. Well, let's vote on it then. And don't prolong this for 2 more years of tension. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. This one I don't think I'm ever gonna get. Suffering Montaga, 405 Baker Street, I think.
Close. Steve Montague, but I'll take suffering.
Okay.
That's what we're all doing, right? Suffering.
You must be a doctor.
No, but it's close, an attorney. So we've heard enough from attorneys today. The last thing you need is one more. I'm a family law attorney and I spent about 2 minutes looking at the election code and you couldn't pay me to be in either of your shoes as business, although depending on how much they're paying you, maybe I'll consider jobs. Here's the thing, there are options. I think this council's got options specifically when it comes to the law. Family law very much is like any other law, same thing with the election codes. You've got bright lines, but the court's got discretion. And I think that when you look a little bit deeper, especially with the the California Supreme Court, you gotta look at what the initiatives are all about. It's based upon the people, it's based upon the voter initiatives. In fact, there's a litany of case law that I've looked up and kind of gone over, and it says that this initiative power must be construed liberally so as to promote the democratic process established by the inclusion of the initiative. I'm not going to weigh on whether or not the initiative is good or not. I just don't know enough about it. But I do know this, that if you wait to put this 2 years to put this voter back initiative, all while expanding growth or potentially expanding it, that is exactly the abuse, the absolute disruption of the political process that the Supreme Court California rails against, and you're going to need that litigation fund. So you guys got a tough job. I wouldn't want to be in your seats. On a final note, Sally in the back, I need to hire her as my legal research clerk. She's right. You can withdraw this initiative and resubmit it for the timeline. It's election code section 9215.5. So thanks, Sally. Thank you.
Denise Standridge.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Denise Standridge, 399 East Street.
I am a newbie to this town. I've lived here 4 months, but I've been following this for much longer because my parents live here. I've heard the newspaper comments, I've heard the community comments. I don't know enough about either side to make judgment, so I looked at the staff report. I take issues with the city attorney's staff report. Number 1, page 3 states that staff has 30 days from the date to do the study if it is ordered by city council, saying the date would be July 2nd. There is a citation to elections code section 9114 and 9211, neither of which have anything to do with this report. Elections code section 9212 is a controlling statute on that report. And it states that the report shall be presented to the legislative body no later than 30 days after the election's official certificate to the legislative body. And as I read council's report, I believe that date was May 19th. So this 30-day report that has been discussed, really not an option, because your attorneys told you there's not enough time to do it between now and June 16th. Council has misstated the law. Now, maybe an associate did it, but as attorneys, when you sign, you own it. Was it a mistake? Was it intentional? I don't know. Like I said, I've read the papers. I don't know what to believe, but it does call into question his legal opinion. His staff report also states it would be extremely confusing to the citizens of this city to hold a special one-item election. There is nothing confusing about holding a special election. City attorney clearly does not think much of those of us who live here. I take issue with that. Additionally, he does not address the option of a special election in either his recommendation or the alternatives. It is mentioned in the body of his report when he disparages us and says we simply are too dumb to handle a special election. We aren't. The resolution attached to this staff report assumes that you will go with the March 2022 solution. That kind of leads to me to believe, like, wait a minute, is the newspaper right? Is this all a done deal? Is tonight just window dressing that you're gonna listen to us and pretend to take our comments into consideration? Have you already come up with your vote? I take issue with that as well. Because of the misstatement of the law, I don't know who to believe on whether or not this can be held in November. But what I do know is that your city attorney has told you could do a special election. And that will be within the 88 or the 103 days. I bet that's less than the $250,000 you have in litigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Joe Scrupa? 2604 via.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'll keep my remarks very, very brief. The process was followed. The initiative will pass now or later, but it will pass. Experience in business has taught me something very important. Delaying the inevitable does not gain anything. Please do the right thing, pass the initiative, and let's move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Lorraine Rominger.
Mayor Callen, council members, I appreciate your time and service for all of us. Lorraine Rominger, 601 First Street. My family has farmed in Yolo County in Winters for 145 years. I was born and raised here. There were 1,800 people in Winters when I was in high school. There are now 7,000. I'm not against growth. What I am against is turning farmland into housing developments. I'm extremely concerned about maintaining the beauty and charm of our small agricultural community. It's that beauty and charm that brings visitors to Winters. I've driven around the land west of town where we're building hundreds of homes. That land wasn't farmable. So to me, building those homes there makes a lot of sense. I'm sure that you've all driven up Road 89 towards Madison. For me, it's pretty impossible to compare the beauty and charm of this countryside full of vineyards and orchards to what a housing development with 800 tract homes would look like. I really don't know why we want to surround our town with housing developments. Farmland is disappearing at an alarming rate. And in an agricultural community, we should be protecting our farmland for future generations. And Winters does receive revenue from agriculture. You were elected by the people who live in Winters to represent all of us. I urge you to put the initiative on the November ballot and give the people who live here the right to have a voice in the growth and development of the place where we all live. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob Carrion.
All right. Mayor, members of the council, Rob Carey on 1102 Griffin Way. I support the initiative and with due respect, I urge you to take into consideration passing this initiative, say within the next 10 days. Do what's right. Do what's right by your constituents. And if that can't happen, allow our voice to be heard in November. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tina Loudon. Typically our only speaker.
Typically what?
My legal name is Valentina Loudon.
Yeah, I couldn't even make that one up.
Yeah, whatever. 320 Neiman Street, City Council members Lauren Anderson, me, Pro Tem, but Biasi and Mayor Cohen, and I want to also introduce, recognize Ethan and Shelley and John and Tracy. Know y'all. On Sunday, Jerry and I rode our bikes around the new development on West Main Street. We are happy for our new neighbors in their new homes. At the end of West Main Street, we took a right on Moody's Loop Road. Our view of open space, a vacant farm that is for sale, almond orchards stretching north and east, the FAA mini farm, corrals, pens, schools, etc., the Ag Center, just taking in Mother Nature, glorious wonders in North Winters. I've heard about the sphere of influence, the outdated general plan, the budget crisis, and the cry to keep Winters Winters. All have merit. However, I live in North Winters. I've seen Neiman Street become busier every day. Sometimes it's like a mini 505. I look forward to the day when there are no more Billy dump trailers driving up and down Neiman Street and return to a regular calm residential and agricultural street. Don't get me wrong. I love seeing the different farming equipment, trucks, cars, trailers carrying farm animals, and the hot air balloon vans and trucks, using Neiman Street and Moody Slow Road. They are the fabric of our area and the city. We bought in North Winters because of this. We welcome the development at the end of Neiman Street. We do not, however, welcome any more development in our beautiful North Winters. I implore you, Jess, Harold, Pierre, Bill, and Wade, to consider this initiative signed and verified from over 800 Winters citizens. Trust the citizens' judgment regarding our city. We all love Winters. We want to keep it unique and special. I want to thank Nora Carey, stated in her Facebook response, it is a community strong desire, and I'm paraphrasing, to be a partner regarding the issue of city growth. And Diane Altman said, as I understand, this initiative is about boundaries and potential. Growth within the city limits. Adopt the initiative. Thank you. That was 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Mona Biazzi.
Mayor, council members, and citizens of Winters. I know we're all here because we care about Winters. We love the sense of community. We love our neighborhoods looking out for each other. We love the generosity shown whenever there's a need and everyone comes together to pitch in. We love the people of Winters. It's the people that make Winters Winters. When I first saw the video produced by the Keep Winters Winters proponents, I was impressed. We love the things they highlighted about Winters. That's why we choose to live here. But then the video talks about becoming like Vacaville and doubling our population. It shows a conceptual plan that has not been formally submitted as if it is an imminent development, an absolute reality. This is misleading, and the video makes false statements about our current city leaders that they are in support of massive development. I know this to be false. What started this misinformation was a series of articles in the Winters Express by Matthew Keys. These articles had a negative slant, an obvious negative slant, and were filled with deceptive statements and misrepresentations of our city manager and council members. They resulted in stirring up fear and it fueled a lack of trust in our city leaders. I know the city tried to address the misinformation, but it's similar to having a debate on social media. Trying to correct all the half-truths and distortions is impossible. And it really bothers me that we heard more of it tonight. The misinformation has spread like wildfire. It is sad how easily people believe the dirt, repeat the dirt, escalate, and malign others without knowing the facts. Based on what I've seen and heard from the KW proponents, they have taken the Express articles and false information to be true. They seem to be using tactics of fear-mongering and inciting mistrust. I once commented on a KWW post to point out some misleading and incorrect items, but my input was rebuffed. KWW posts and opinion pieces by their leaders continue to malign the city manager and blame him for everything. It's as if they had to create a bad guy to rally support of this initiative. I am here to say to everyone, the city council members and the city manager are not the bad guys. Our city leaders are in their positions because they care about Winters. No matter what has been implied or insinuated or gossiped about or point blank stated in the media or tonight, our city manager and council members are people of integrity. You may not like their personalities, but they have demonstrated their dedication to this city consistently over many years of community involvement. They give countless hours of their time and energy for the betterment of Winters.
Thank you, Mona. Kathy Cowan?
Thank you.
That's fine.
Thank you. Our current mayor and our city manager have volunteered in practically every event and activity in the city, not for their own benefit, but because they love Winters. They step up time and time again, doing whatever needs to be done. When everyone else has enjoyed themselves and walked away from an event after it's over, they do the menial work that others may avoid, like picking up garbage and washing dishes. As noted at the last meeting, our city manager has continued to decline financial benefits that he is entitled to in order to help our city. I've heard he has also repeatedly declined raises and only receives cost of living allowances. Even this weekend, John Donaghy was going from business to business on his day off to pass out masks. He is doing his very best to help Winters, businesses to survive, and community to thrive. City leadership is at times a thankless job, obviously. There is no limelight, no glory. There are no personal gains, no personal financial inducements other than the betterment of Winters. Our city council members work hard and deal with numerous complex issues. If they do not support the KWW initiative, it does not mean that they are in favor of North annexation, no matter how many times you've been told otherwise. It means they don't support the initiative as it is written because they think it would be detrimental to our city.
I don't mean to put words in your mouths. I know you guys will have time to answer to that, but that's my opinion. Understand there's a different side to this. They are doing their best to keep Winters the town we love. I'm asking and urging all the Winters, judge our city leaders by their actions, by their continued commitment to the betterment of Winters, not by all the lies and allegations. I urge the KWW proponents, find out the facts, meet with city leaders, listen to their concerns about this initiative, work towards a compromise. If you want an urban growth boundary, set it at the northern edge of the general plan. Work with them. And to everyone, please stop the personal attacks. Stop the hate-filled rants and threats of retribution. Stop belittling and berating those that have a different opinion. This is just not called for. This is not the Winters we love. There will always be differences of opinions, but we are neighbors, we are friends. Regardless of our positions on this issue, let's try to be civil. Regardless of the outcome, let's remember to be kind to our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mona. Will Nickel.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Will Meikle, 11215 Grand Avenue, Winters. I'm a newbie. I've only been here 6 years. The reason I came here is for the love of a beautiful woman who's been here for 20 years. As a lot of you people know, you really don't know me, but some of you know the places I've lived in, the places I've been and worked in. But I'm here tonight to fully back 100% keep Winters Winters. I agree with some of the words that previously talked about. I don't really get into politics and maligning people with what they think and what they say. I study things, and I've worked for some of the biggest developers in the world. And I can tell you that this place does not need rampant development. This is a small town. This is unique. We get people come from San Francisco. We get people come from Carlsbad to visit us. They can't believe how lucky we are to live in a place like this. I lived in Huntington Beach before I came here. Lived in Huntington Beach for 18 years. I saw how much development, medium-rise buildings. They were knocking down beautiful seaside cottages, overlooking the ocean, and built 7-story buildings. Terrible. That's not why I'm here. I'm here to back all these people that are here tonight, and they're all here for one reason, and that's to keep Winters Winters. I'm not anti-development, I'm pro-development, but also for careful development. I thank the efforts of these gentlemen over here, these people over here. I don't know a lot of you, but I know a few of you. And again, I just want to thank you guys. You've got a terrible job, and I know you're going to get beat up, and I know you're going to get beat up a lot more. This initiative needs to pass. It's what the people want. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jim Seaman. $42.52 Morris Lane. Okay. Nancy Bovee. Okay. Lisa Levy.
Oh, you said it right. I had this wonderful story about how I came 21 years ago to live in Winters, but my butt was numb, and I'm sure everybody else's is too. So suffice it to say, I've been here for 21 years. I moved from a small town in Virginia, and when I found this place, it was like, wow, I can't believe that there's a place like this in California. So in the 21 years that I've been here, there have been lots of changes, and change is inevitable. We know that there has to be change, no matter where we live. But we have just this great good luck to call this unique place, this charming little corner of California, our home. And we should have a voice in how changes are going to happen to this charming little community. So, Mr. Mayors and council persons, we have put our trust and faith in you to represent our interests. Kindly show that our trust and faith has not been misplaced and vote tonight to pass this initiative. If you can't find it within yourselves to adopt it for reasons that you can't articulate at this time, then let the initiative be decided by the people at the ballot box in November. There's nothing more American than that. You know, that's how America was founded. Let the people decide. Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you. Okay, John, how about Zoom participants? Do we have some hands up? And I know Corinne Martinez was on there and wanted to speak. Okay, is Corinne Martinez on there? She sent me a text saying she couldn't raise her hand. Okay. Okay. Oh, she pops up, let me know. Okay, real quickly before we get into council asking questions of the team here, I just want to do a brief little summary of all the emails we got. And they'll all be part of the permit record. I've got copies of all of them here. And I'm going to go over all the ones I got. And if anybody on council, if you don't hear a name you got, let me know. And the same with Tracy. If the city got something that I didn't, let us know. Okay, I'm going to go through these quick. Deborah Nicholson supports, wants on November ballot. Anna Cormos supports, wants on November ballot. Gregory Lanzaro supports, wants on the ballot. Sonia Godidas says she's not anti-grow-up or anti-council, but wants it on November. Patty Rominger supports and wants on November. Lorraine Rominger supports and wants on November. Joan Bridgley supports and wants on November. Kevin Cornell supports, wants on November. Dixie Schaefer believes the developments will occur before 2022 and is concerned that the council may be receiving kickbacks. Debbie Hemingway supports, wants on November. Tom Sedlak supports, wants on November. Rick and Susan Von Geldern, they support it. Gregory Hansen supports it. Nanette Hansen supports it. Diane Carey supports it and wants it on November, but I found a paragraph making personal attacks on the city manager and calling him a corrupt, petty tyrant extremely disturbing. Nikki Chapman supports the council to make the right decision. Judy Herbert supports, wants on November, feels everyone will forget by 2022. Diane Allman supports. Thank you, Diane, for resending the letter. The first version was a challenge to read with one letter on each line. Bruno Pitton supports. His letter had a lot on deliberative democracy and had a lot of good points as to how this issue should have or could have been done. Nora Curry supports, now in November. Laura Meyer, now in November. Monica Rodriguez supports, believes we have 4 options. And I think some of those were talked about tonight. Drew Miserelli, moved from Davis 6 months ago, supports, doesn't want to grow fast, and he loves the street blocked off downtown for the food court. Keith Carey believes this issue calls for direct democracy and should be on the ballot. Richard and Evelyn Rominger should concentrate on internal development and due to financial conditions should adopt now. Lisa Levy and Will Meikle, outraged over city attorney's interpretation of when it goes on the ballot. Terry Shore, Greenbelt Alliance. This organization is a supporter of urban growth boundaries. She talked about the benefits and how many cities have them, are like us in the process. Chris Patu says that 11% of winners signed the initiative. He wants it now in November. Refers to the 2017 Community Values Proclamation. Don't sell the soul of the city because one man sees development as a way to get revenue. Sally Brown refers to a number of signers being greater than number of votes for some of us. Wants now in November, believes we have 2 other options, and she went over those. Andre Petit wants now in November, believes the 2 years is the city manager's personal agenda. Steve Levy had a great story about how he found winners in 1979 and made it home in 1999. And he supports now in November. It seems like his Larry, he's a cowboy. Joan, Chris, Medina, and other family members don't want to become the next Dixon. Growth needs to stop. Supports KW. Richard Kleberg believes there would have been many more signatures if not for COVID-19. Supports now. Sorry you couldn't be here tonight due to health reasons. Elizabeth Enoch supports the city council. She was on the school board for 12 years. She knows what it is like to have a meeting like this and supports whatever decision the council feels is best for the city. Dave Springer supports now in November, also provided 4 very detailed reasons for a UGB. Emily McNamara supports. Lynette McClure supports. Chris Turkovich is, in the interest of time and fairness, I'm not going to read Chris's entire letter, because I didn't for anybody else. But I'll say he does not support KWW, and he gives the facts to back it up. He understands the ramifications and impacts on the city if the initiative is adopted as written. I strongly suggest you all take a few minutes and read his letter. It's on Facebook. It's out there for all the public. Chris was able to say some things we as a council were not allowed to talk about before today. Basically, some of the other side that we haven't been able to say. And he's already gotten a lot of calls from people that signed this petition that, knowing what he said in his letter, they said they wouldn't have signed the petition. And I want to thank everybody that took the time to send all of these letters. And does anybody on the council have any other letters? Any other names?
Chef Parker, Jeff Husman.
Okay, okay. Anybody else? Tracy?
Emily, McNamara.
Yeah, I said her. Okay.
Yep, the way Corinne here, thank you for, letting the Zoom moderators know that I was trying to raise my hand, wasn't able to do that. So I'm now off mute with my hand raised, and I'll, when I'm done, there are a few other hands raised here too. So, have appreciated all of the comments that I've heard tonight. As one of the original signers of the initiative to submit to the city, to have it presented to the people of Winters. I want to thank everyone who's come out to voice their opinion, both for the initiative and those who have some concerns. I want to thank the entire city council and the city manager for their comments, and I suspect what's to come, some rebuttals to some of what they've heard. I just want to let people know why I was convinced to, sign, not convinced, but compelled, as in my, as a citizen of Winters to sign on to this initiative. As someone who grew up here, I guess I'm not a newbie, except that I was gone for 25 years and chose to come back. And I, like a lot of people who are new to this town, know very well how precious it is and what we have here and how unique and charming and it is. It's what drew me back. It's what draws people here. And I am very interested in making sure that the people who believe in that and feel that draw to this town have a voice in determining what the future looks like for this town. And these are the people who are voting in, the people on the city council who are empowered to make these decisions on our behalf. I appreciate that all the work that it takes to be in that position. I don't envy anybody in that position, but I want to make sure that everyone's voice is heard. The voices that we haven't heard yet, that I know we're going to hear on the counter side, happy to hear them. But there's an overwhelming support for this initiative in this town, as you've heard tonight. And we will all be better when we get to the other side, understanding that Winters is a unique place. It is a beautiful place. It has charm and compelling attributes that are rooted in the ag that surrounds us, in the people who come here for that. And we simply want that to be the voice that carries the initiative forward and the city forward. So I am obviously in support of this initiative. I urge you to adopt it outright, or as we asked, as an initiative, put it to the voters in November, which is what everyone who signed this petition and everyone who's city council talked to us about on this position knew that that's what the intent was. Thank you.
Thank you, Corinne. Is there any other raised hands on Zoom, John? Okay.
Taylor Buick.
Taylor Buick, I live on Hammond. I appreciate the opportunity to make clear that we have not had any claims of inaccuracy on the express recorded material, and if there are any questions about the veracity of what we recorded or any evidence that we've done wrong by the truth, I welcome the opportunity to correct that. I'm waiting outside our printing press, and I haven't seen a correction in this edition, but to date, I do not know of any factual inaccuracies in the material we've reported. Regarding opinion, I do not share the opinions of certainly all members of the community and even Drew, my writers, but you know, I know that they presented them with what they believe to be accuracy as well. And if there are any questions regarding veracity of anything, I welcome that conversation. Speaking of veracity, I wanted to make 2 points clear that seemed worth exploring. One was, I have heard starting in a video of saying that we are going to double up our population. I don't know that to be based in truth. I'm not sure where that came from, but I haven't seen a cogent argument that lays that out. I can't say that it's not true that we won't double in population. What I know to be true is that we will double in acreage, and that's what we reported. It may actually be true that that could be more than a double of increase in population, but it could be very well less as well. Secondly, information about this lawsuit fund. I wanted to clarify. It's my understanding that this is money set aside to defend the proposition and not to defeat it. So I want to be very clear that this money in reserve is really an indication that the city has all along too likely thought that this was going to be a November date. And for those reasons, I'll tell you personally, I don't like this thing. I don't want to see it on the ballot, period. That's my opinion as a resident. But given the rules that were in play, I see it's a hard case to make why this shouldn't be there in November, when it seems that really across the board, everyone thought the operating principles were that that this was going to go to a vote in November. And I understand that there's a small cost associated with running elections, but, you know, there's a cost associated with running with every election. And if this matter is of importance to the people, I welcome the opportunity for the people to vote on it.
Okay, thank you, Taylor. Is there anybody else, John? Steve?
Hello, council members. Thank you for your time. I'll make it quick. You know, thank you for, you know, doing your job and listening to the people of Winners. I just think that in the interest of transparency and democracy, you know, that we make a thoughtful expansion to Winters and don't rush things. I think it's really important that you listen to the people of Winners. And I think that if we can't vote on this tonight, that we should certainly put it on this year's election ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more, John? Okay, I think I might have missed Lynn Seacrest. Okay. Okay. Well, did I mention her name? I thought I did. Okay, well, we'll definitely find that one and get it in there too. All right, thank you. All right, I think we're ready to go into the next phase here. So maybe we can get the leadership team for KWW to come up, and I know the council all has questions and comments to make, and time to get down to the other side of the story here. Okay, Councilmember Lauren, go ahead.
Hey, thanks for coming out here tonight, I really appreciate it. I thought I would start, as I generally start for some reason. I wanted to start by framing this with where we are, how we are here today, and I don't want to discount all the great comments. I want to say comments on those comments afterward. I just kind of want to get to the questions. I honor your hard work and the hard work of everybody in the city of Winners. We are at our first conversation that council is allowed to have on this item. We are in the midst of a global pandemic and the start of an unprecedented recession. We are mourning the senseless death of George Floyd, and we acknowledge there's enormous social and unrest and uncertainty around us. In the background, context of our decisions, integrity of our city and our general plan, let us not forget, Winners has already been sued and lost an affordable housing lawsuit. We have a stipulated legal judgment with inclusionary standards, which sets us apart from most California cities. As a council member, I serve on the board of directors for the League of California Cities, representing small cities for California, and to California state government, which is the 5th largest economy in the world. And I represent you as a duly sworn elected official from our community, and it's my job to ask questions. I'd like to start with the FAQs, the frequently asked questions, and I've been getting a series of my own frequently asked questions. So I wanted to answer this one. In some of the letters, it said, why does it seem that council has been portrayed as not being transparent? Why isn't council making a definitive statement on issues like annexation? So I wanted to clear the air on that, and I hope that you can all really hear this truth. We have to follow the Brown Act. The Brown Act is written to protect the public. Also, it might hurt the relationships between council and residents because it limits what can be said. what can and can't be said. Here's some examples of what I can and I can't do. I can take a meeting with a builder or a developer and hear him or her out. Council members can take individual meetings, but we can't talk to each other about it. I can actually talk to one council person, and my person is generally Pierre. But if I talk to two people about the contents of a meeting, I have just held a serial meeting, and I've violated the Brown Act. If I tell the developer that I would never support his idea, then he can have me removed from the ability to vote on this item. If I tell the public what I truly think of the developer or his confounding proposal, I also remove myself from being able to represent you on a vote. If the newspaper decides to paint a meeting in a certain way, I put myself right in the crosshairs by reacting, and I have to trust the public to know fact from opinion. Going a little bit deeper, if the developer shows a draft or sloppy copy, I can offer that he might want to think about some of his idea, but I can't say more than that. I can't publicly state for the record what I would do because the item hasn't come before council, and I would be demonstrating that I am not open to receiving public comment or the comments from other council members. I'm a sworn official, you're not. And as a sworn official, I have a different bar for what I can say and what I can't say. I believe it was Emery tonight that said, why doesn't somebody just sit down and this is something that's going to be a ballot measure and maybe. And if it is, I can't be seen as persuading the public. So this is my first chance to ask questions. So for the Brown Act, it's there to protect the public from bad actors, but sometimes it silences the good actors. Or at least it leaves room for lots of rumor and innuendo, and that hurts our city. So I'm going to start with some questions on your FAQ, your frequently asked question pages, because I think those are your talking points. They're basically, I have to hold something up.
These two things.
So, gentlemen, who wrote the frequently asked questions?
I wrote the bulk of them based on discussions with our members.
Okay. When you say members, do you mean your board?
Board and other members.
Who's on your board?
Peter Hunter, Bob Pokinghorn, myself, Bob Schultz, Dave Springer, Al Biasio, and Rich Rominger.
Okay. Who manages the website?
There's several of us that do. I manage part of it. Judy Starkman manages part of the social area.
But you're comfortable answering the FAQs?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
When was the last time you updated the FAQs?
I don't recall.
When's the last time you updated your Facebook page?
Tonight.
Okay. Questions, they could go fast with yes or no.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I'll just try to tell the truth.
So since the general plan describes where neighborhoods can be built, does that mean we have to build them? And then you answer, absolutely not. Think of the general plan as a kind of recipe. So it's kind of a yes or no. Do you think it's accurate to portray the general plan as a kind of recipe?
Since you can change it at any time, 4 times a year with 3 votes, yes, I do.
That's how you think the general plan can be changed?
So, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I would like to express that the general plan defines the legal underpinnings of land use decisions. It's a vision of how a community will grow, and it lays out infrastructure to support and sustain the community. It has 12 required elements that are interconnected and interdependent. Making a broad sweeping change in one can affect the other elements. So So I think somebody earlier, already reviewed how long the last general plan took. It took 5 years. Thousands of hours and thousands of stakeholders, with experts. So anyway, I just wanted to hypothesize for a minute. I just want you to imagine that if the city just, removed a school site from the general plan without telling Winters Joint Unified School District or telling the public, do you think that there would be consequences?
This initiative does nothing to change anything in the general plan. It simply says, if you want to develop land outside the city limits, it requires a vote of the people.
So this is what I'm asking. I'm asking if an element is removed without including stakeholders, do you think there would be consequences?
Of course, but this initiative does not lead us anywhere near that.
So do you think, did you talk to the school district or the superintendent about the contents of this new general plan? Did you formally meet with anybody from Winters Joint Unified School District?
No, because this initiative has nothing to do with what's in the general plan currently. All it says is if you wish to develop outside the city limits, you need a vote of the people. We're not asking you to change anything.
Did you ask for a study on if or how this would affect the school system?
No, because this does not have anything to do with anything that's in the current general plan. It only says if you wish to develop outside city limits, you need a vote of the people.
Do you think the school district would have sought to pass 4 school bonds if the population was shrinking instead of growing in accordance with the 1992 general plan?
Again, your question, with all due respect, ma'am, has nothing to do with our initiative.
If you put in a boundary that affects where affordable housing and high density housing could go, you are definitely affecting the population, and I will continue. Do you think families in Winters deserve to know that this initiative might lead to layoffs and reduced services for kids?
We don't believe it does.
Do you think, did you tell people before signing this that reducing the population of town will impact the health of the school district and will burden current families with the debt of the 4 school bonds? You're reducing the pool of debt payers. You're either freezing it or you're reducing it, so it isn't shared with a larger pool, thus burdening families with more debt.
Is there a question in that? I'm sorry, I didn't get it.
Yeah, did you tell people before asking them to sign, that by freezing or reducing the general plan population out for the 12,500, that it would impact their debt?
This plan does not reduce the general plan, the population in any way, shape, or form. It simply says, if you wish to develop outside the city limits, you need to ask the vote of the people.
Did the people who signed your petition know that it will most likely cost them more money to live here? And this question's for Bob. Did you joke about it? Did you say Winters is a special place? So if it costs more, so what if it costs more?
I did not.
Okay. What's that?
I can't remember.
How did you go about finding out what will the impacts be on schools and the residents if the city is to eliminate the planned growth of the city's general plan?
We are not asking you to eliminate anything. We're simply saying if you wish to go outside the city limits, you need to ask for the vote of the people.
Okay, Jesse, hold up just a second. We gotta settle one complete mistruth right here and now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is our general plan. This right here is in our sphere of influence. This right here is our sphere of influence. Your initiative changes the general plan. It makes those 2 areas into open space. This is your map.
That's correct, sir.
Okay?
Exactly correct.
So that is absolutely a change in housing, it's a change in infrastructure, it's a change in the circulation plan, it's a change in all of those things, because you've redesignated this space open space. And thereby, all this area that is zoned for residential, high-density residential, parks, open space, all these different colors indicate different zones. And you are rezoning them with this initiative.
With all due respect, Mr. Mayor, we're not. You may go ahead and put forth a plan just as it looks on that map. Simply ask for the permission of the people.
I want to respond to it as well, Mayor.
what we did in developing the green areas there was simply trying to point out to the residents, in looking at the map, where the sphere of influences are without all the colors. Just where are they?
Says open space on your map,
Yeah.
buddy.
That right now is open space.
But we would just like to reiterate again, that all of that pre-designated colors in the general plan map, you are welcome to put homes there, do whatever it says according to the general plan. Our initiative simply says, before you do it, you need to ask for permission.
You may want Pearl to come up on this.
Yeah. Let me answer that question, then I have a question or two of my own, respectfully. So what the initiative does is it sets a limit for where you can grow without voting the people, where the city can expand and grow with housing at your city limits. Your city limits define what you have regulatory authority to approve growth over. Outside of your city limits, even if something's in your sphere of influence, the county has approval authority over whether anything can go there. You do not. The only way you will have approval authority is if you vote to annex that land and make it part of the city. It's not part of the city right now. So what the initiative did, in addition to taking your city limits and basically putting them in place and saying, if the council wants to change your city limits to grow outside your city limits, you need to go to your voters to do that. That's what the initiative did. And it took an existing land use designation for land outside of your city, that is what's called pre-planning, because it doesn't have any legal or regulatory effect now, and it removed that and changed it to open space to reflect the reality that imposing a voter approval requirement before you could develop outside those lands means, for the purposes of the city and your ability to approve development, that's open space. That land is right now actually in the county. The county regulates land use development on that land.
Mayor, just to clarify a bit more, I don't disagree with what Pearl said, but the measure isn't a general plan amendment. What it is doing is it is amending our general plan. The areas that they mentioned were pre-designated as planning areas that we contemplated for future development in our general plan. It does contemplate, clearly it is in the city, it is outside the city boundaries right now. You do have to go through all those steps. But just for the sake of accuracy, it does change your general plan because it is a general plan amendment. That's what it is. So to say it changes nothing in our general plan is incorrect.
Yeah, completely false.
Okay, go ahead, Justin.
Can I ask one more question? And I understand you've got a very difficult job and it's usually not, but someone over here asks you questions, you're doing your job. You do have a duty in how you spend, in your individual capacity, under the First Amendment, you can say whatever you want about this initiative. One thing you can't do, because it's clearly unconstitutional, I suspect you will back me up on this, is you can't spend city resources to bash the initiative. And so, for instance, if the questions you're asking were drafted by city staff on staff time, I think that crosses the line and it's frankly unconstitutional. It seems like an interrogation of my clients, only pointing out things that you or city staff perceive as negative. So I caution you both for all of the reasons about what democracy means that you've heard earlier tonight, to be cautious about that. But I'd also just caution you as a matter of law. I've never seen, I've been at hundreds of council meetings like this, I've never seen an initiative proponent be interrogated in that way. It's just disturbing to me. So I just want to feel compelled to say that.
Okay, thanks for the warning, but we got a lot of questions to ask here.
So Bob, did you have a chance to talk to businesses about how the general plan revision will change the sewage master plans and have an effect on future development?
I went through that with so many business leaders, you can't believe it. No. The sewage plan?
So
Am I
is your-
talking about
is
the
your-
sewage plan with business owners? Jesse, please.
Hey,
Where
that's-
did you come up with that one?
Here's where I came up with it.
Good.
So for businesses to be able to expand in the downtown, that human waste that gets created has to go somewhere. And we have a really complicated and antiquated plan. And part of that plan is in the area that you have changed, so you have suggested to change. So I would just think a study of the impact of changing that aspect of the general plan would have been in order, or at least conversations on it.
Our job, Jesse, was to put this initiative on the ballot. You understand that? Our initiative was not to contemplate sewage effects on local businesses in anticipation of some plan to develop.
I'd like to continue.
You may.
Have you done any formal economic long-term analysis of the effects to the city of Granite?
It's irrelevant. We are only about ensuring that the people have a voice about whatever plan you plan to put forward. If the economics don't work for you, don't put the plan forward.
So
What plan are you talking about? Do you have a plan?
Let me answer. So the city of Winters has a general plan from 1992 that the people created. And roads have been built and some have not been completed. Schools have been built and some have not yet been built yet. Densities have been created, all based on that general plan. And all the countless hours of all those people. My friends that are here are important, but those people are important too. What about their voice? And I think as a city council member, I have to see that whole thing. I have to imagine that whole thing as like a big giant 3D chessboard. So it's very important to me to ask those questions, and I'd like to continue. Have you made an analysis of green gentrification and the detrimental effect on lower income communities, especially the Hispanic community? And if you haven't heard what environmental gentrification is, it's the process whereby the seemingly progressive discourse of urban sustainability or environmentalism is used to drive up property values and displace low-income residents. It's basically creating a bunch of green space where there might have been housing so that those people aren't housed.
I believe you're referring to, at one point, you're referring, at least, it brings up to me the issue that the city, not you, not anybody here, came up with in 1992, which was to zone out there, floodplain. That cost the city a lot of money. That was wrong. That was wrong. I believe that our city will meet the RHNA targets for low and low-income families here in Winters. They have nothing to do.
So, but when you look at that map, you can see where the high density housing is.
Where what is, I'm sorry?
The high density housing. You can see that it's now green space.
Yeah.
So the people, the people that need the most affordable houses, those houses aren't going to be built. That's what I mean by green gentrification.
Very good. But I will tell you that if you think that the houses out there are going to be low-income housing, you are sadly mistaken. Let me ask you a question.
I would like to actually go to that question.
Good.
It'll put me out of order. Well, I won't get to that question. I would like to stay in the order that I'm in. I have a few more questions regarding your fact sheet. You write, getting back to the potential development, has the city made an agreement with the landowners? And you write, the city manager and members of the city council have all met with the representative of the majority landowner to hear his vision. The city has accepted a $20,000 fee. The city says this is simply a fee for its labor, and that no deal has been made, but this is clearly a first step. Your attorney, I thought it was Catherine Enberg, city attorney for Half Moon Bay. I don't think that she would support when her city charges a fee for some service that commits the city to a development contract, and I would love to hear from your lawyer on that.
First of all, I'd like to answer the question. Did you accept $20,000 as a fee to process this proposed non-development?
I'd like the city manager to answer that.
Would you answer for the first time in public, before these people, was $20,000 accepted from this developer? If so, was it spent? If not, why not? Where is it today? And if this is an imagined development.
$20,000, hold on.
I'm just.
We got $20,000 as a deposit, so that if they did submit an application, we could use that money for staff planning.
We did not use a dime of it because they never submitted an application. And let me stop you right there for a minute, because I've given this one a lot of thought. And I want you to understand property rights, okay? Property owner rights. Every person, individual or developer, that purchases a piece of property within the city limits or the sphere of influence has the right to go to the city hall and make inquiries or kick around ideas for what they may be able to do with their property, with any member of the staff they want. That's what we're there for. They can talk with staff as many times as they want. I'll bet that there's some property owners, like the ones on the PG&E property, probably talked to John a dozen times if they did one time about ideas on what they could do with their property, okay? And not one of these conversations, not one, is or has to be public information. Those are private conversations, and they can stay that way. As a council and a city staff, we can look at maps, we can kick around ideas, we can have all the meetings we want, but until a property owner brings in an application for a project, we are not obligated to provide them with anything that is not public information. If they indicate that they may be close to doing so, we are allowed by law to ask for the dollars to cover any staff time once the proposal is submitted, okay? And one of the things you indicate is that we've got this big proposal to annex hundreds of acres and build thousands of houses, and it's not true. That's a map.
This is from
So
your-
what?
it's from your
Anybody
web-
can
it's
draw
from-
a map.
It's from your website, it
Hey,
says proposed
I'm
specific
talking.
development plan.
I'm talking. Anybody can draw a map, okay? And anybody can bring it, okay? Now, once a proposal is submitted, it then becomes public information, and then it is subject to all the appropriate public meetings and reviews. That's the way the process works. Once it's submitted, but we haven't had anything submitted on this property.
I'm respectfully gonna ask my clients to not answer any more questions. I think a debate between the opponents and the proponents of this measure would be really healthy and a really good thing. I think what's going on right here is not that, it crosses constitutional lines, and I'm quite worried about it. It actually has nothing to do with the measure, it's a series of interrogation questions about what's on a website. What this measure does is what's been explained to you and what the city attorney's title and summary does. It puts an overgrowth boundary at your city limits, and it says if you want to put public facilities out there, you can do that without a vote of people. If you want to do anything inside city limits, you can do that without a vote of people. If there's any kind of housing, whether it's affluent housing or much needed lower income housing required by state law, you can do that without a vote of people. It also recites as a fact that you can put 400%, 4 times the amount of housing that you're allocated to have over the next 5 years by the state inside your city limits in the area where they're going to be more efficiently, cost effectively, and cheaply accommodated. But to have, I don't know how many members of the city council is going to be up there acting as they're the official opponents of the measure, interrogating my clients. I'm instructing them not to keep going with that. If you want to have a civil public debate with opponents and proponents, I urge you to set that up. I don't know if there's a local League of Women Voters or someone who can do that in a neutral fashion. I would encourage that, but I'd ask my clients not to answer any more questions like this.
Okay, we'll take a short recess.
would text somebody, but my phone died about 3 hours ago. Is there a time limit on this, or if I would just say we're done? No. What? I'm okay. What? Yeah. But, we know we're not gonna come to some sort of resolution tonight, right? And how late do we all really wanna be here? How late do we really wanna be here? We're not gonna.
We're gonna call the meeting back to order here. And, we're gonna kind of change the direction here a little bit. Due to council's advice, and the advice of the proponents council, we'll probably stay away from questions, but we are gonna make the statements that we've all wanted to talk about for the last 6 months while this initiative's been being passed around town without the benefit of hearing the other side of the story. So I'm gonna allow each one of the council members to speak, and then I'm gonna offer up a solution that I think will work for this. And our ability to get together and come to an agreement on this, I think is completely doable. But, first, Mayor Pro Tem Yazzie.
Thank you, Mayor. So I appreciate everybody that's still here, sticking in for this long, hot meeting. I really do thank you for that. But I think this is kind of the time of the meeting where we try to get more information on what direction we go. I think there have been, there's somebody out there, many of you probably have heard him, named Paul Harvey. And his thing was, he tells the rest of the story. That's what we're trying to find out now. With our questions, we're trying to find out what the rest of the story is. I just think there's a lot of things that the people who signed the initiatives may not be aware of. I think Chris Turkovich mentioned that after people read his letter, people who signed the initiative said if they had known some of the facts like that they would not have signed it. So I think that the reason we have these questions is so that we can try to get to some of those facts. I know there's been numerous initiatives that have been put on the ballot and passed, and I think a lot of those have been done without analyzing the potential ramifications. And only after passing some of those initiatives have the negative ramifications been realized. I think that the voters of this people need to know more information. I agree, we need to put it to a vote of the people. I absolutely agree with that. But I think when they vote, they need to be informed of what the potential ramifications could be. And I think that's why we need to ask more questions and try to get answers. I mean, there are some huge ramifications on the impacts that this change in our general plan was made. When the signers signed this petition, were they informed about the potential ramifications on traffic circulation? There's, if we only develop in the area in the city limits, then that means that the traffic coming out of that area will most likely have to go down Railroad Avenue and then out Grand Avenue to get out of town. But I don't know, has there been a traffic study done on this, what the impacts of this initiative? Not that I'm aware of, that was one of the questions I wanted to ask, if there was any studies done on circulation. Well, I guess since we're kind of in agreement that we're not asking any of those questions, I would pose that to you. Do you want to put that on your website? How do you want to do it? That would be a question. Another question would be, are you comfortable with Grand Avenue or Railroad becoming 4 lanes? It's likely that if we only build within the city limits, that's what will happen. And I get it that, we're talking about areas outside the city limits coming to a vote of the people and then having to say, well, if a potential landowner or developer out there, in order to get a plan together to put that type of proposal to a vote of the people, whether we should annex that land, they're gonna have to spend hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to do all these studies. And then when it does get put to a vote of the people, they stand the chance of that getting rejected. So they've spent money on nothing. Do you think developers or landowners are going to spend that kind of money on something that's not sure? If they have a city like Winters that has an initiative in place like this versus another city that doesn't, and there's not that chance of them getting rejected by the voters, I don't think the people of Winters have been told the potential ramifications of this. Let's see, what else I have? There are impacts on infrastructure, flood control, wastewater, parks, costs to maintain those things. I mean, the measure suggests that infrastructure can be constructed in areas outside the city limits. Are you suggesting that the city would then build and maintain infrastructure in something, property that's not actually in the city limits, it's in the county, in the unincorporated areas? I don't think so. Can you give examples of other jurisdictions that pay for support and infrastructure that are not within its boundaries, within our city limits? But I just think there's a lot of the impacts of the potential ramifications of this initiative that have not been addressed adequately. I feel very strongly that the people need to know the rest of the story. Just thinking, hopefully, I would like to see, and I know we're not asking questions again, but I would like to see some kind of compromise. It was suggested a couple times tonight. Is there a compromise that we could get at? For example, if the city and the Keep Winters group got together and looked at possibly moving the urban growth boundary to be consistent with the general plan map, would that be something that, we could both compromise on? I don't know, we can't ask those questions. I would hope it would. I think that would still give the people a right to vote if there's a potential development that has annexation of property outside of the city limits. That would give, I would say, we could probably, I can't speak for everybody, but I know if that type of a proposal came before me, as far as annexing anything outside of the city limits, I would not support it. I really don't think the rest of the council would either. But if this initiative said that anything outside of the general plan initiative area would go to a vote of people, I would absolutely support that. There's no question asked, I would support that. I mean, I have other questions, and one would be, what does Keep Winters mean? I was born and raised here. I've lived here all my life. I've been in agriculture all my life. My family is farmed here. I've been on a planning commission. This is my second term on the council. I know how much it takes to go into planning things for the city and all the different things that are involved. It takes a lot of work. And going in with an amendment like this to our general plan, I think has huge changes that will impact our city for the long term, for the generations to come. I think this will affect that. I think we'll be limited on how many houses might be built, and that will just potentially drive up the cost of the housing that we have and make it less and less affordable for the kids who were born here to be able to come back and buy a house in the town that they grew up in. I know what Winters was like in the sixties and what downtown was like. I saw the changes a few decades later when things were boarded up, and I've seen the resurgence of what we have. We don't want to lose that by adding more houses. Any kind of developments that would come to the city would go through a very thorough and rigorous review. We would have public workshops, public comments, similar to what we did for the PG&E project out there. I just think there was a lot of public input on that project. I think it was very important to get that. That helped us shape what that proposal would be for that building out there. So I just, got a few more things, but I'll wait and I'll let somebody else speak and take a break. Thank you.
Councilmember New, you got some comments?
I was ready to ask some questions, but we're not asking questions. Comments, though. Backing up, first off, I want to say that I thought that some of the things that Mona said about how we respond to each other and how, I don't want to say that it's exactly what Mona said, because I'm not sure that I can remember the words, but I thought she spoke well about the fact that we should be civil to each other and we should respect each other. And most importantly, and I think that this whole thing has really gotten pushed way further to opposite sides. It's hard to back up, but Keep Winters Winners, I think, did exactly what they thought they should do, and I would say that I think that giving the people a chance to vote on the issue is a very democratic thing to do. I think that this would not have happened had there been more transparency earlier on in the process of dealing with the North area. Okay. We can't change that. But I hear my fellow council members speaking. I agree with some of the things they said, but I feel that I personally was elected with less than 815 votes, and I was elected by the people to represent the people. I believe that we should have, and this is hindsight, of course, for all of us, but there should have been more interaction in the city and Keep Winters Winners. But I don't believe that the initiative causes all the problems that some people think it will. There was some thought about all of the problems that would happen at tonight's meeting. You know, that it could get really out of hand. And that didn't happen. I mean, it got a little tense for a while, but there was no violence, nothing like that. And what I believe can happen is people can vote about having an initiative, and what they're voting on is whether or not the community can vote on a growth plan. They're not, the initiative doesn't, the initiative does not commit, does not make a growth boundary, but it gives the citizens a chance to vote whether they want to have urban growth boundaries. So if the initiative gets on the ballot, and the call for having on the ballot that are coming and being voted on tonight. Just judging from reaction of some of the council, I don't see that it has a chance. But if it goes in, could be done in November of 20. There might be time in there that people could get together and work some issues out. I just think that we are too far separated now, and this is the time. If you look at any of the cities and actually nations are trying to rebuild, they're trying to come together. You know, the pandemic has caused great problems. Our economy is in the toilet. But if we are fighting with each other, it's not going to improve very quickly. And so I think the most important thing is that we stop fighting, talk things out. And I don't believe that it's the will of the people to postpone this for 2 years. And I think that could be a mistake that would make it very difficult for good community relations. And that's where I stand. I don't know how exactly we can put it all back together again. I think that I don't do Facebook, and I think that can be a good thing, because I believe that blew this whole thing all to pieces. And I'm sorry about that. I think a lot of things could have been handled much better if it had been more of a public input, and not just a slanderous type thing. And that's about all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. John, does Harold have any comments?
Yes, I'm here. Come on, here, take you on the microphone. All right, you're on the speed of the
I don't see this as a positive, no matter what direction it takes. As far as, where the problem. I would have liked to have seen some people who the majority tonight, I guess you could call it that, in terms of comments of Chris, not a good plan, seaside. What he tried was not to, can you hear me out there?
You get to.
What he tried his comments, having been on previous councils, he felt there could be some kind of compromises. But as far as we go, more difficult to compromise. How do you include somebody like Michael Lewis, Canyon, the advisory committee of some sort? And the costs, help us with the costs. I don't know how much compromising we can do. The open period. And I'm going to, and pass yielding my spot to Timothy at this point.
Okay. I've got a couple other things that I want to mention, and I know Jesse's got something else to say too. That I just want to read a couple of notes that I've made, and before I do, one of the things I want everybody to know is this is a lot of pent up, just whatever you want to call it for us, because you've been able to hear everything KWW has to say for 6 months. And for the same time, we have not been able to talk about this initiative. We were told we couldn't talk about this initiative till tonight. So that's why Bill said it's time for the other side of the story and how it does affect the city, despite what you're being told. And so for us, this is our first time to talk about it. And KWW has led all of you to believe that there is an imminent proposal, their words, for a project doubling the size of Winters. That is completely false. And they claim that it could all be approved and built in the next 2 years if you don't pass this initiative. That's also false. There has not been, or is not currently, any kind of application or proposal to annex any of our sphere of influence land or anything beyond our sphere of influence into the city, or to develop any of the far north area inside the city limits lines. Again, completely false information. No such thing exists. The desire by staff and council that's been mentioned at open meetings to possibly do a specific plan with the help of some of the property owners to the north does many good things for the city. It brings the whole area back to the staff, the council, and the public for a fresh and updated review and possible zoning adjustments that were recommended by the last EDAC committee. All of that, this initiative would take away with their general plan amendment to change all those lands to open space and remove them from our sphere of influence. Okay. And in redoing our general plan to make those areas open space isn't as simple as putting it on one of those maps. We're gonna have to, if this thing was to pass, we have to redo the circulation plan, the infrastructure plan. We have to redo all those things under the assumption that because it's open space, it won't be used for what it's already zoned for. And it eliminates a lot of housing. It eliminates, not that that housing is gonna be built anytime soon. It's the idea that it's future stuff, and future could be 50 or 100 years from now. It doesn't really matter what, nobody has a definition of future in the city government. I did talk with Elisa Meyer from Legal Services, one of the people that the group was advised to talk to. And she told me that she couldn't comment on a pending initiative, but that she was shocked at what they wanted to do. And Legal Services has not been contacted by KWW at any time. Okay, I'm gonna hit you with some growth numbers, because I think this is important. Everybody's concerned about how fast Winters is growing, or how fast they may grow, or how fast they might grow in the future. And I pulled up a bunch of numbers. And this goes from 2010 through today. These are the actual numbers of residential units that have been given a final and were ready to occupy. And first thing I gotta say is every house getting built out here, every development being built out here, they were all approved by city councils that had none of us on it. They were all approved prior to '08, and most of these developments were approved prior to '04. So we're talking 16 plus years ago, these houses were approved. Over 615 of them. And in 2010, we had 0. 2011, 1. 2012, 0. 13, 14, 15, 0, 0, 0. 2016, 42. 2017, 31. 2018, 2. 2019, 45. 2020 to date, so 6 months of 2020, 37. That's a grand total of 158 single-family dwellings over a 10.5-year period. In our best year, that's just under 2% growth. And that percentage doesn't just include those 158 houses. It includes apartments, of which we had 74 affordable units built in 2011. And we've also had 6 ADUs, accessory dwelling units, built over the same 10.5-year time frame. And prior to '08 and '04, when all these developments were approved, that added up to 615 plus units, and with only 158 built over 16 plus years, that works out to just over 25% of what was approved 16 years ago. So I don't know how we could do any slower growth without tearing one down for every 2 we build. That's about the only way you could. Let's go to projections. The projections we have for the next 5 years, it might be possible to get 2.5% growth each of the next 5 years, which would be 54 units. But a lot of things that have to fall into place for that to happen. So over a 20-year period, if you go the next 5 years plus the last 15, from 2006 to 2025, our total residential growth rate would be an average of 1.14% on an annual basis, with a possible high of 3%. And the only reason those percentages are that high is due to the expected numbers over the next 5 years, which, by the way, even in the best of times, Winters has never met expected numbers. Never. So I'll let you go ahead and make the comment, Jesse, and then I've got one more.
I wanted to get back to kind of telling the story of how I think we got here. In the beginning of the 2019, there was, rumblings of, well, actually, it goes back when I ran for office in 2016. There were rumblings, there were conversations. People would ask me, "Have you ever heard of this guy who wants to develop Long's?" I'd say, "Yeah." I can't say it. And here in January, after having a meeting with his prior attorney, Jeff Roberts. Jeff Roberts is no longer his representative, but that was, I'll tell you, it was February 11th, Monday, 11 and 12. I had a 12 o'clock appointment right afterward. And I was beyond shocked. And Pierre had a meeting with him before me, and I looked at Pierre's face, and he went out, and I didn't know what I was in for. And the guy just basically, was really excited about showing a bunch of maps and feeling really great about all his big ideas. And I went to my next meeting, and when I came out of my meeting, it was a phone appointment, so I was still at City Hall. Pierre was still hanging in there. Pierre went back in for more and asked some more questions. I don't know what they were. We were under the impression, and I'm saying I think most of council, that there was a resolution 2005 dash, or 2001-05, that was in place, that if anything was ever gonna come before us that had anything to do with, sphere of influence for this project, that it would come before us. And then, it wasn't clear. And sometime in February, I don't remember the date of the meeting, but Karen and I were, I don't know, we just both kind of had the same feeling that we had to publicly say that there was this meeting and we were uncomfortable. Nothing about it was illegal, but dang, you know, well, the scope of a project that isn't anything like the scope of a project that usually comes before us. And it took a little bit of time, but what council did was council wanted to bring forth clarification on how, if this was ever going to come forward to the city, they would have to come to us. And so I don't know if it was Wade's idea or Bill's idea. I think it was Wade's idea. They wanted to make a whole new recommendation and to replace resolution. I'm going to get all in the weeds with technical speak. I'm just sorry. It just is important. It's basically the resolution making sure that the proposed resolution clarifies that any development or planning proposals that are located in whole or in part outside of the urban limit line will be subject to initial review in accordance with this resolution. It clarifies that the initial review requirement will be required for proposals that include any property located outside the urban limit line, and also applies to requests of any planning entitlements outside that area. And it goes on, but it basically means if there was a proposed single plan, that a letter of intent would go to council, and then council could vote on it. And maybe it could be interpreted out of context, that maybe I said that in a good way, but we put a mechanism in place so that if this guy has letters and they're going to come to the city, that we can just say no. And what I'm hearing, and I felt good about that. I felt like the due diligence was done. But what I'm hearing from you and my friends tonight is that you don't feel that way. You don't feel that way at all. You feel like something has to happen to make it a vote of the public. And I totally feel comfortable with having a ballot measure on annexation. You say in your FAQs that this shouldn't be a decision by council. And I think if you really feel that way, and then something that some wording could be created to put that on the ballot, that if annexation was going to come, it would be on the ballot. I think another process that could happen would be, that would be that if there was a proposal, it would come to us, but we would still have our sphere of influence. I think that Winters is growing slower than most people think, and I think Wade's explanation of the numbers is kind of clear. But I believe somewhere in this file, we have 1%, 1.2% growth rate. And I could also imagine having a resolution that says that the city of Winters will have a cap on growth, like a 3% growth rate. I'm even open to trying to find the money for a new general plan, which I think would be the ultimate greatest thing since sliced bread. But my position, and maybe I came out of the gate like a little bit pent up, because I haven't been able to ask, I haven't been able to clarify, and you know, Bill Legatuda came here from the LA area, I forget which city, and he has a lifetime experience of the press, and I know better than to, well, I thought I knew better, than to get in any tip with him, you know, because he has the power of the sword, the pen. But I really disagree with most of the FAQs as representing the process. And I guess I just know the process because I'm in it. So if there's any chance in the future that I could clarify some of the stuff that's on the FAQ, I'd love to. Like, there's part of the FAQ says that it would just kind of go to Don Levy and our attorney, and then we would just vote for it. Like that kind of land use has about I think it's a 23-step plan. Not that that will ever see the light of day. And I guess I just have to, we're airing our grievances on this. I know that this is the map that went to everybody. I know that when you collected signatures, you collected this, it says proposed new subdivision. And I knew I saw that map somewhere, but I didn't know where. And I knew that it just seemed really huge, and what was it? And now, and I found it. It's that letter. So Jeff Hostetler and his attorney sent a letter in January to the city of Winters, and he included what he envisioned his draft project would be. Now, it's not a final draft, but it has a pretty long list of stakeholders and a pretty long list of all the, I don't know, public, all the stuff. But it's a proposed specific plan. I just think that, you know, I probably would have been a little bit softer on it if you didn't change the name to make it look like a subdivision until it's a subdivision. And you know what? All that's water under the bridge. I really would like to work together, and I actually think Bill and I can have breakfast like we've done in the past and go over the FAQ and just try to limit our caffeine when we do it. But I do have big reservations about the impact, and I do think an impact report of some kind needs to happen. And I just feel like I was represented. I ran for office to represent everyone, and I just think everybody needs to know what the impacts could be. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph.
Wait, can I make a statement?
Yeah, go ahead, Peter.
Calm down, I'm not gonna say anything. I just wanna make, there's a couple of things you said here, and I just sort of wanna make some clarifications. That north area plan was a catalyst. I don't think any of us really believe that Hofstadter is gonna keep owning that forever. He's gonna get fed up with this and sell it to somebody else. It's just, it's the concept of development happening north of town, because that's really the only place that development could happen. I don't know how many of you were on the 92 general plan process. The one victory that my group had is we held the urban limit line to Dry Creek on the west. Perry Beck, and my blood pressure goes up every time I think about that guy. But he was ready to put the urban limit line all the way out to what we call Fisher's Hill, out there, right where that big curve is, okay? That was where he envisioned the western urban limit line. We fought like hell, and we got it at Dry Creek. Winters can't go to the south. It's got Pewter Creek. No one ever thought that it was gonna jump I-505. So Winters was bounded on 3 sides, okay? Our group argued that at that time, the sphere of influence should follow the city limits. The consultants went ballistic at that. And they actually prevailed, obviously, to extend the urban limit line, or the sphere of influence, the only direction that they could go to the north. And 30 years ago, they were thinking, okay, what are we gonna do with this land up here? And so they did some pre-zoning stuff, okay? That pre-zoning was done 30 years ago. I think, I think we're almost doing you a favor. We're saying we're wiping the slate clean. Wherever you put housing developments up there may or may not fit the way Winters is 30 years later, okay? So we wipe the slate clean. It's open space. You come up with a plan that makes sense. You want to put high-density housing, you want to do whatever kind of housing you want. If you want to put it to the north, put it where it makes sense. You go to the people and say, we think this makes sense. And just like the people of this town pass school bonds, if you make an argument that makes sense, they're going to come and support it. I have no, but it bothers me that we seem so fixated on this one particular north area development. It goes on, I mean, it's bigger than just that. And Wade, you said something about, with this growth rate, we're never going to reach this for 50 or 100 years. This initiative expires in 30 years unless you choose to renew it. And my suspicion is that in 30 years, at a 1 or 2% growth rate, you're not going to fill up what you've got right now.
That's right.
Okay? So I'm not seeing the problem. Okay?
It's the dollars. It's the dollars. All the plans that we would have to change.
Why would you have to change them if you're not going to go up there?
Because you're changing the zoning to open space. We have to update all the plans. Our circulation master plan has Main Street doing a complete loop, which goes through both those areas of influence. And if it doesn't, then Grand Avenue, most likely, thanks to Caltrans, will become a 4-lane road.
Okay.
Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. And
He's gonna kick me out.
it's not that we think, any of this stuff's ever gonna get built in the sphere of influence. Nobody's proposed to annex it, okay? It hasn't even started that process. That process would take 2 years all by itself.
Yeah.
But what I think is a solution here, okay?
Well, can I make 2 more points?
Yeah, go ahead.
And Jesse, something that you said about, we have this resolution where if they come in with an intent that they want to develop something up there, that then the council has the ability to say yay or nay. My response to that is, they're never going to come in with the level of detail for you to make an informed decision on their intent. You're complaining that you don't have, or that we're not providing enough level of detail for this initiative. When they come in with a letter of intent and with some, I like that, the idea, the cowboy pictures on the back of the napkin about this is our vision of what we want, which is how I interpret the map that they have. There's not enough detail for you to make an informed decision on that. So the resolution is nice, but does it really do anything?
Can I answer?
And then, okay, I don't want to lose my other thought,
Go
but
ahead.
and the other thing is that if you, in your circulation plan, really need to have a road that goes through there, what is a road? It's a public project. We're silent on that. Put a road up there. It's not private development, it's a public facility. So I think a lot of the fears about this are a little bit overblown. So I'll be quiet.
Thank you. So the reason that I think that we have a good document, and obviously with everybody here, I understand that you feel differently in some ways, is that we could just say no. I mean, you could all be at that meeting. You could bring more people, because we'll probably be post-COVID-19. And you could be at that meeting, and you could all say no. And then we would say, yeah, there's no stomach for this. Goodbye. See ya. We can make that decision. And, I can't say, under the responsibility that I have, what I would do, but I think you could probably figure out that, that all of us, what's before us tonight is having some questions about what you've brought to us. And, a letter of intent isn't before us. But if a letter of intent was before us, I would come at that letter of intent with my usual packet of questions and relentlessness, because that's kind of how I am at all council meetings. And everybody does their due diligence, and I wouldn't ignore the due diligence on that meeting. It's just that it's not come before us, and I think that what you, and I can move past it. But this, proposed, subdivision stuff, and that we better, council better do something, you guys better do something, or we better do something, because they can make this happen in 2 years. That's just not true. And, it hasn't come to us. And if it did come to us, we have something in place. And what I'd say again, I said it, I'd say again, that I would be comfortable putting, if a project, keeping our boundaries, but if the project was ever gonna come to us, putting annexation to a direct vote of people.
Well, the annexation would include the area within the sphere of influence, because that's not the city. That has to be annexed.
Or,
so all of that, what we have is open space, and what you have is colored things. That all has to be annexed. That's not in the city.
that's right, that process hasn't even been started.
Yeah, I understand, but Jesse just said that if it was a question of annexation, she would put it before the people. That's exactly what we're saying.
Well, no, it's not. Because okay, see if I can read this right. The sphere of influence is part of the general plan. You, with the initiative, want to change the general plan, and that's where we're having a problem. I really feel like one of the things we definitely need to do tonight is ask for this impact study, because I want people to see the numbers of what this does when we change this zoning, because there is major impact. I'm not saying that land's ever going to get developed. Jesse's absolutely right. The ordinance that we reworded
before the first of the year, and then I recommended changes to at the meeting we had here in, I believe, February, is very clear. If a developer for any area outside our city limits, or, this is the part I added, or in the sphere of influence area, the two areas you want to turn to green, if anybody actually submits anything for that before the staff can process it, it has to come to the city council for an open public meeting and a decision by us, and a recommendation by us as to whether or not they should proceed. They could choose to proceed, but if the council said, we don't recommend you proceeding because we don't believe the public wants to see this, then they start spending gobs of money knowing that they don't have much of a chance. Because they've already been told by a public meeting and a vote of the council that the city doesn't have a stomach for that development at this time. So I think that's one of the best things we did this year, because it gives another public step to that sphere of influence area.
Well, I agree, and I really want to sit down. The other thing is, that one of the things the initiative does is it defines that it's got to go to the people. There are strong councils and there are weak councils. And when a development ultimately comes in, we don't have the slightest idea what kind of a council we have. And so that's an uncertainty to the people here, is that if they had a weak council and a developer comes in and says, oh, I'm going to build you schools, my intent is to build you schools, and do all of this, and the council says, well, sounds good to us. I mean, they're not going to, they may not ask the hard questions, Jesse, that you asked. And the initiative is saying, we're sort of taking that out of your basket. And we're saying, you've got to go back to the people. You've got to convince the people. And that process has been successful in Davis. We had 2 growth proposals in Davis that passed, that passed. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Now, I'm going to say something here, and if anybody else on the council disagrees, you can say so. But I'm extremely confident that if this initiative before us today was for any expansion in any direction beyond our sphere of influence, you'd have a 5-0 vote right here tonight. The problem is those 2 areas of the sphere of influence and the impacts they have on the finances of the city. Even though it's not something that's getting done right away. And if the leadership of KWW is willing to sit down with myself and Ethan and the city manager and your guys' attorney, I'm very confident that we could come up with an urban growth boundary and have it approved and done before November 3rd. If we could just agree on the sphere of influence, even though it may never get built. Because that's what has all the impacts on the city, and that's where the problem is at. And if you guys want to do that, fine. I'm more than willing to do that. I don't have anything against an urban growth boundary. I don't want to see winners being 15, 20,000 people or whatever. I do not want to see any expansion whatsoever beyond our sphere of influence. And I don't think anybody up here does. I don't think anybody up here ever has. And when tires were being kicked, and Jeff Roberts brought plans and showed them to us, the plan you've used, I had a meeting with them because they have the right to do that as a property owner. And I said, I love the idea of a specific plan because it does a lot of things and it brings it all back into the public where we can review it and update it and make changes to the general plan on somebody else's dime. But I told him that he had it in red. I said, that area in red beyond our city limits, I don't think that's ever gonna happen. Nobody in Winters wants to see something like that happen. I said, I don't think you stand a chance in hell of having that. So it's up to you what you wanna do, it's your property, but that's just my opinion. And I think everybody else that met with them probably told them something similar. And I want us, hopefully, to approve an impact report to come back within 30 days, even if it has to be at a special meeting, so that we can see those impacts. And what I would hope is that during those 30 days, I would hope, and I don't care if we gotta meet once a week or every 3 days, I'd like to see us sit down and see if we can work this out and come up with a way between the two attorneys that we can develop an urban growth boundary even before November 3rd. That everybody can agree to, we can pass it, and anything that gets built beyond our city limits, which is what was planned in our general plan in 92, would go to the vote of the people. I'm all for it. Pierre, go ahead.
I'm interested in what you're saying, and I just want to point out, because I've talked with John over and over about this, the loop road always seems to be some issue that it can't be moved, and it has to be out there. There has to be a loop road, but I don't believe, and I'm saying this because if there is going to be a meeting, and if there is going to be some give and take, look at that road carefully, because I think there are places that it can be placed more, that would work more efficiently, that would get the. Okay, sorry, Harold. Look at the location of that loop road. I think it could be placed so that the Walnut 10 subdivision would get better traffic flow. It could come back out next to Lorenzo's rather than all the way out at the end, because if it comes out all the way at the end, and if there isn't a roundabout there when it comes out, those people all have to go east before they can, have to go west before they can go east. So I think that if that road is going to be there, let's look at it carefully. And I believe that there is probably at this table enough. Well, I can't speak for other council people, but I think that you might have the votes to get what you're talking about. And if there was an agreement, is that going to come back to the whole council? And you're talking about having just you and the team. How is that going to be worked out?
So I just wanted to make a couple of last comments as well. So the fears that have been raised, I've heard it in numerous emails that I've received this week, is that the city council and the city manager are all for this huge growth. At the planning workshop that we held last August, right over there in the meeting room, I asked the question to our contract planner that we had in represented. I said, what can we do as a council to help control the growth rate? She said, there are numerous tools that the council has to control that growth rate. And I can see this council using those tools to grow at the rate that is sustainable and smart for the city of Winters. I've heard also numerous comments that our general plan is very old and it's outdated. We have updated elements of that general plan several times, land use, there's numerous elements that have been updated over the years. Is there more work to do on it? Absolutely. I mean, it called for a population of 12,500 people by the year 2010. We're at about 7,300 now, 10 years after that. I don't see us growing at this huge, fast growth rate that is being portrayed out there, and that's the comments that I'm getting in these emails, that we're gonna double in size. And I do not believe that to be true. So I think in order to maybe help us draw this meeting to a close tonight, I would propose to make a motion to direct staff to prepare an impartial and informational report analyzing the impact of the measure. The report may include any or all of the following: its fiscal impact, its effect on the internal consistency of the city's general and specific plans, including the housing elements, the consistency between planning and zoning, and the limitations on the city under section 65008 of the Government Code and chapters 4.2 of the Government Code. Its effect on the use of the land, the impact on the availability and location of housing, and the ability of the city to meet its regional housing needs. Its impact on funding for infrastructure of all types, including but not limited to transportation, schools, parks, open space. The report may also discuss whether the measure would be likely to result in increased infrastructure costs or savings, including the costs of infrastructure maintenance to the current residents and businesses. Its impact on the community's ability to attract and retain businesses and employment. Its impact on the uses of vacant parcels of land. Its impact on the agricultural lands, open space, traffic congestion, existing business districts, and developed areas designated for revitalization. This is known as Elections Code 9212 report. And I know by the election code, I believe we have 30 days to do that. That is a huge undertaking to do in 30 days. But I believe if we don't do that, I myself would be derelict of my duties as a council member. The people, they voted for me to represent their interests. And I think in order for them to be represented by me in the way I think is thorough, I think we need to have that information. And I'd say this would be done by an impartial party, not by the city staff, but by an impartial, second, unbiased firm. That's my motion.
Just a clarification, which I think you just clarified, but you at first said prepared by city staff, didn't you? And is that what you meant, or?
It's option number 2, process for consideration of initiative measure, and it's the number 3 in there. It says direct staff to prepare an impartial informational report. So when I say staff, I would say staff of a consultant that we hire to do it on an impartial basis.
What about representatives from KW?
I think this is gonna be done by a completely separate group that needs to look at these impacts and measure the financial impacts of what it will do to our city. We need to know that, to say whether we support this initiative or not.
So are you not you're looking to postpone the vote on the initiative passed November 30th?
I'm not even talking about that. I can't really propose anything on that until I need to know what the impacts are gonna be before I can make any kind of judgment on whether this initiative should go on the ballot November of this year or at a later date. I gotta know more information than what I currently have to represent the people of Ventnor that I'm representing.
I can't hear you.
I just have a clarifying question. Would that include review of the stipulated legal judgment with inflationary standards that we are held to? Would that include looking at our legal responsibility for the stipulated judgment? And if it doesn't, can you add
That's an
that?
amendment to what I said, and yes.
Okay, I'd like that.
Could you restate your addition?
I would just add,
Viewed by legal services.
So that is my motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
I just have a clarifying question. So as I understand it, Bill's motion was to direct us to prepare the impact report, provide for the 9212. Have third party do it, not hire an outside consultant to do the work. And, sorry, Harold, and as part of that, analyze the impact that this could have on compliance with our stipulated judgment that we have with legal services. Okay. And so you want to hire an outside consultant to do it, so you would, I assume, delegate authority to the city manager to hire that outside consultant?
Yes.
You have to do that for staff. Okay.
I don't want to have to hire somebody in a budget situation where we're at.
Right.
I don't want to have to hire somebody because it's going to cost a lot of money, which we don't have. But I think the ramifications and long-term ramifications on this city needs to be analyzed before we can make an informed decision.
So as part of that, just so that staff has sufficient guidance, do you want to put enough to exceed amount on the cost of the work? Because obviously, you know, it's a lengthy list of things, and since we don't have proposals in front of us tonight, we can delegate that authority to the city manager, but, you know, that would be helpful.
I'm not familiar with the cost to do these types of studies. I'm sure it's going to be very expensive. So it would be a guess if I said any kind of any of the other council members.
So you just want to delegate the city manager within his discretion,
Yes.
understanding that he's proving sensitive to the budget constraints.
Question. So the three choices that we had talked about earlier, as far as, passing the initiative tonight. And this is the 30-day one, but it doesn't necessarily or come back, but does it say you have to come back in 30 days?
Yes, so come back in 30 days,
And
and at that point,
do we think that we can get a consultant or get this done in that amount of time?
we have to, but it's required. We have to. We don't have a choice. So we'll probably have to do a special meeting because 30 days,
We will do a special meeting.
yeah, to consider, right? Because we don't have a regular meeting that falls at 30 days or close enough to it.
Right.
So we would do a special meeting, and at that special meeting, we would look at that report, and then we'd make a final decision on whether we wanted to adopt something or whether we wanted to try to find a way to put it on November or put it out to 2022. Or I really hope we can come up with some kind of a compromise and some kind of working out some kind of an agreement with the group during the same 30 days. That's what I hope for. And if we were able to come up with something that we had agreement on, then we would present that at that meeting in 30 days.
Can I ask just a clarifying point on the motion as well?
Mm-hmm.
As part of that analysis, separately, do you want me to continue to look at the November date?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So we have all the options on the table. John, does Harold have any questions before we vote?
Yeah. I do have a brief comment in terms of the city western side has a boundary High Creek. And some of the motivation for setting that up was to keep the growth line from going across the creek. And Peter Hunter was motivated to try and preserve his land, you know, his ag land. And probably still today, if you try to set an urban growth boundary with no natural barrier like a creek or something to it, you can bet that someday it'll be crossed. That was one of the discussions at the time when the border was established. Some wanted it, others wanted it, others wanted it. So with that, we're take too much to run through these, and as you listen in. Later.
Okay, thank you, Harold. All right. We've had a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Biazzi and a second by Councilmember Lauren to do the financial impact report and come back in 30 days with our options. Tracy, will you do a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Anderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Lauren, Councilmember New, Mayor Pro Tem Biazzi, and Mayor Fallon.
All right, motion carries unanimously. And before we close the meeting, and we get to the city manager's report, just real quick. Do you guys want to have a couple of meetings? I just want to know.
Yes, but I would also ask when this report is being made, we would really like to have some prelims from that report so that we can review it. And so when it's actually presented to the council, if there's something that we want to counter with, or if we feel that there's something that was inaccurately portrayed, we would have the opportunity to present it at the same time.
Well, as long as Ethan doesn't have a problem with it, when we get it, you get it.
Right. My issue, Mayor and Council, is that is how do we find the neutral party to do this? Someone who's hired by the city and is hired at the discretion of your city manager doesn't exactly, based on what you've heard tonight and what you've received in your emails, doesn't exactly send a message to the people here, the leadership here, that this is going to be a process that's neutral. It doesn't sound neutral going in. How about if KWW hired the person? How about if KWW?
If you'll pay for them.
No. City pays, we'll hire. That's what I mean is, in other words, if I said, we'll prepare 9212. No, we'll prepare the 9212.
I think it needs to be, what you're saying, agreed upon, neutral, third party.
Okay, so what you're.
If Keep Winners is willing to split the cost of this,
No.
that would be even better.
No, you have a responsibility not just to yourselves and to the voting that you have to do, but to the citizens. And there's many citizens who, as you know, you've heard, I'm not making it up, they have a question about just how neutral, how we get to neutral. And also, frankly, based on Mayor, your desire to meet, we're open to that. Sure.
But doesn't exactly set the right tone. Say, we're gonna hire our person to do the work. So, just a concern, but you hold the cards, so you make your decisions. I'll turn it over.
Can I make a suggestion?
Can I just make a quick comment to Bob? You know what, Bob, earlier Al said that Keep Winners Winners was willing to work with us. Keep Winners Winners was willing to work with the future. And I think we just have to move forward with some trust that in this process, that, hey, let's work together. We all love winners. Let's just see what we can do together and not make it adversarial at all. And not make it attack on trust. Just like, let's just work together, please.
Well, that's fine. That's easy to say, and I can acknowledge that in principle, yes. But in principle, it's not really what we're talking about. We're talking about a reality. I'm willing to go forward with it. It's your call about the 9212. I just wanted to express what's in my heart and what my concern is regarding the selection process and how that goes down. That's all. It's just a point of view. You can say, Bob, you're full of it. Move on. Okay, I can do that. So, but we have to meet with you, talk. Sure, absolutely.
I think Pearl had.
Yeah, and I don't usually do this, but look, it's very clear what's happened in the last hour. You guys all really care about each other and your city. And, this is politics, tempers fly and all that. I've seen a lot of times where these 9212 reports get done, it's perceived as being very one-sided against the initiative. You're gonna be back here in 30 days, and you're gonna have another meeting that looks just like this. I don't know if you all want that, I suspect you don't. And I've been trying to think of, what could you do? Are there things you can do within the confines of the Brown Act to avoid that? And the one thought I have is, if you have an ad hoc committee of two of you who could be communicating with your city attorney and he can be communicating with me and your group, there might be a way where you can, have a process and an outcome of this 9212 report that can help you move forward rather than have another one of these meetings in 30 days.
I'm very hopeful in that.
Yeah.
That's what I'd like to see. Is I'd like to see us be able to get this worked out in the same 30 days.
So along the line of that, what you could do now is propose an ad hoc committee that would serve two purposes. One, you can meet periodically with representatives of Keep Winners Winners to discuss potential resolution, and I'm hoping maybe kind of lower the temperature a little bit. I understand. There's been a lot of things that we're going to hopefully about that out tonight. Discuss. And then secondly, to remain in communication with them about the 9212 report. Until we could, to be honest, we don't have anyone on board to do that, and so we can remain in communication with them about that and do our best to make it as impartial as possible. I'll commit to that. I know some people have had some criticism of me tonight, but I think the council knows that I do my best to be as impartial as possible. And so we could work on that with the committee. So I think what the suggestion would be to appoint a committee to work with Keep Winners Winners, and then their attorney could, kind of help to facilitate that process.
Okay. Who wants to be on the committee with me? What? Okay, you're volunteering? Okay. Then do we need to vote on that?
I would vote on that, yeah.
Okay. Then we'll entertain a motion to have myself and Pierre on an ad hoc committee to meet with both attorneys and the KWW leadership. So somebody want to make that motion? Okay, moved by Mayor Pro Tem Biagi and seconded by Councilmember Lauren. Harold, do you have any comments before we vote on our ad hoc committee?
Yeah, Harold, any comments?
Well, since you talked to the, I want to hear what I'm supposed to be voting on, because I couldn't hear a word.
All right, Harold, the council is forming an ad hoc committee of Mayor Allen and Gary Hardwick, to work with the city attorney and also meet with KW.
And that's it. Another gatherings, council.
30 days.
Okay. I'll support that.
Okay. Tracy, roll call vote.
Councilmember Anderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Lauren,
Yes.
Councilmember New,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bianchi,
Aye.
Mayor Allen.
Aye. Okay, motion carries unanimously. All right, John, do you have a city manager's report tonight?
Yeah, Shelley, can you fire up the projector and the PowerPoint?
You can be here by yourself, buddy.
No report.
All right, with that said, we'll close the meeting at 12:27. I think it's a record. On June 3rd.
I know who's got that in. I wrote down the guy's name.
Where?
Said it was George.